You're drifting now, weightless, as if the world above has faded into soft static. The deeper you go, the quieter everything becomes. The surface is far behind, and what lies beneath is not just water, but memory. Tonight we journey into a secret not found in any history book, not etched in stone, not spoken in sermon, not even whispered from the pulpit. This is a story not of the Vatican you've seen in pictures, but of the one few believe exists, the one that doesn't sit atop marble and gold, but slumbers far beneath the sea, a forgotten archive, a sunken sanctuary, a truth the surface never dared to carry. They say the Vatican guards more than scripture, that buried in its shadowed vaults are maps to places not meant to be found, ruins swallowed by time, and then by water. In this 4-hour voyage, we'll drift through these mysteries, one gentle breath at a time, past the locked gates of the Apostolic Archive, beyond the forgotten isles off Italy's western coast, down to the deepest chapel, never blessed with sunlight. Let your thoughts loosen. Let your heartbeat follow the rhythm of the tide. This is not a dream. This is memory sleeping in the dark. Tonight we return to the Vatican's lost underwater secrets. There are places in this world where silence isn't empty, it's guarded. The Vatican is a fortress of such silence, not just in its marble halls and candlelit chambers, but beneath the ground itself. Below the sanctified stones and beneath the bones of saints lies something few know exists, and fewer dare to speak of. A vault, not listed on any archive, not visible on any blueprint, not even acknowledged in Vatican memory. They once called it Nicholas 13, level 13, but no priest utters that name aloud anymore. The entrance was never meant to be found. No stairs lead to it, no plaques, no locks. It was not carved, it was discovered, and even then, only by accident. The first mention appeared in the margins of a 19th century Vatican floor plan. A circle, a smudge, a forgotten corridor drawn in red ink, far beneath the Apostolic Archive. The scribble would have been dismissed entirely, were it not for a footnote beside it. Una stanza che respira, a room that breathes. That phrase reached the ears of Father Matteo Ventricelli, a quiet, meticulous Jesuit archivist, known for his obsession with lost architecture. He wasn't seeking conspiracy, only answers. He believed level 13 was simply a misdrawn cistern, until he found it. In a letter dated 1902, hidden inside the cover of a banned alchemical manuscript, Matteo described what he saw. Heat is not man-made, the walls pulse, the air feels like dusk. I stepped into a place that does not recognize time. He claimed the chamber was spherical, impossibly smooth, carved into a black volcanic stone that absorbed sound and shimmered when touched. No light reflected off its surface, not entirely. When he lit his lantern, the flame seemed to fold inward, bending toward the floor. In the center stood an object that Matteo refused to name. He called it the brass heart. He said it was not mechanical, but it moved, slightly, slowly, breathing, covered in symbols he could not decipher. Not Latin, not Hebrew, not Greek. He wrote it hummed, not in tone, but in memory, as though the room itself was remembering something older than prayer. He left the chamber shaken, not afraid, just different. Those who saw him afterward noted that his voice softened. He walked slower, he blinked less. One colleague remarked, he looked like someone who had seen the bottom of the ocean and come back with part of it still in his eyes. A week later, Father Matteo disappeared. No letter of resignation, no travel papers, only his rosary left on the marble step near the chamber's sealed entrance. That same night, the corridor was walled shut, not locked, not archived. Buried, 4 stonemasons worked under candlelight, while 2 silent guards stood at either end of the hallway. A priest whispered psalms into the dust, and when the last stone was set, the passage was blessed and erased. Officially, Nicholas 13 never existed, but the silence it left behind did. Decades passed. The Vatican continued with its rituals, its councils, its endless copying of scripture and record. The world shifted above ground. War, technology, revolutions, but beneath it, the rhythm remained unchanged. Until 1972, that year, during routine seismic analysis, Vatican technicians recorded an anomaly directly below the northern wing of the Apostolic Archive. A pulse, steady, repetitive, not natural, not tectonic. One of the engineers, a former naval sonar specialist, compared the frequency to deep-sea sonar, like the pings used to detect submarines in the abyssal zone. But the signature came not from the sea, it came from the vault. When he reported the finding, he was told to forget the number 13. The next day, his lab access was revoked, his office emptied. He left Rome within a week. The file was sealed in a red envelope marked non destinato alla revision futura, not to be reviewed in future, and the pulse continued. Those who've worked in the archive for many years whisper of strange occurrences, books reappearing in the wrong place, scrolls that rot faster than preservation allows, the smell of salt water where no water runs. Some claim that if you stand alone in the lower halls, in perfect stillness, you can hear it, not with your ears, but with your ribs. A low thrum, faint, like something massive sleeping beneath the stone. Not evil, not good, just ancient, as if Rome was built atop not just civilization, but memory. There is one more story, unconfirmed, untouched by record. A nun, young, fluent in ancient languages. She worked in silence, copying Sumerian fragments by hand. She was known for her gentleness and her habit of humming softly while she worked. One evening, after Vespers, she descended into the lower stacks. She did not return. Her body was found hours later, unharmed, eyes closed, kneeling, as if in prayer. But the oddest part wasn't her stillness. It was what lay beside her, a slip of parchment, fresh, wet with ink. It bore no signature, no title, just 6 words, written in a trembling hand. Do not wake what remembers drowning. The parchment vanished the next day. No one speaks of level 13 anymore, but those who work near its buried threshold tend to walk a little quicker, pray a little longer. And if you ask the oldest priests about it, their smiles fade, because some knowledge is not meant to be held. Some truths are kept quiet, not out of fear, but out of respect. And beneath the Vatican, far below the city, below the saints and statues, below the catacombs and creeds, something still waits. Not sleeping, not dreaming, just waiting for someone to return. Most secrets are kept in books, but some are buried in tunnels, left behind by hands that never signed their names. Beneath the known layers of Vatican stonework, older than the archives and far below the gilded halls, there is a corridor no one is supposed to know exists. It begins in a quiet courtyard just beyond Vatican walls, a place where gardeners tend shrubs and stone benches sit forgotten in the shadow of greater monuments. Beneath that courtyard, under a weather-worn slab of marble partially covered in ivy, an opening was discovered in 1936. Not by intention, but by erosion. A section of ground gave way during a routine landscaping effort, revealing the mouth of a narrow spiral staircase. It descended in tight coils, as if it had been carved in secrecy. The steps were volcanic stone, dark and oddly smooth, still solid after what must have been thousands of years. The air below was cold, not the kind of damp cold found in cellars or cisterns, but an ancient chill, as if the stones themselves had not seen breath or touch for centuries. The archaeologists who found it assumed it was Roman, possibly connected to a forgotten aqueduct, but the walls were too clean, the spiral too precise. There were no chisel marks. The descent felt endless, and when they reached the bottom, what they found changed everything. A hallway, 8 feet high, carved into the same black stone. Unlike Roman tunnels which typically arched or included visible support, this passage had smooth walls and perfect symmetry. No torch brackets, no signs of use, and yet it was dry, preserved, untouched. They walked west, toward the sea. Half a kilometer in, the tunnel stopped. A collapsed stone blockade halted their progress, a cave-in so complete it looked as though it had been placed intentionally. On the floor near the blockage, they found one artifact, a small brass medallion, engraved with a single Latin word, respiratio, breathing. When they returned to the surface, they brought their notes to the local historical office, expecting further study, excavation permits, excitement, but before any follow-up could happen, they were summoned to a private audience. Not with the city but the Vatican. The land was claimed under religious authority, and all documentation was confiscated. Within days the site was resealed. The archaeologists were sent to separate assignments, and the discovery was declared a collapsed drainage system. No mention of the tunnel, the stairs, or the medallion ever surfaced again. But one of the men kept a fragment. He had taken a rubbing of the tunnel wall, where he had noticed a strange sequence of symbols, not Latin, not any classical language. He showed it to his grandson decades later, a professor of comparative theology, who said the symbols resembled early pre-Canaanite markings, coastal, Mediterranean, symbols tied to both trade routes and religious water rituals. The professor had one theory, that the tunnel wasn't Roman at all, that it predated Christianity, that it had been absorbed by the Vatican long ago, hidden beneath new buildings, never fully understood, and perhaps that's why it was sealed. Years passed, the tunnel was forgotten again, except by those who never stopped looking. In 1981, a construction team working on underground cable routes near the Vatican perimeter accidentally broke into an old drainage shaft. It led to a narrow gap, barely accessible, and beyond that gap, they discovered a section of the same basalt corridor, the same walls, the same chill. This time, only one worker entered. He walked alone into the darkness for nearly 20 minutes. When he returned, he refused to speak, not just about what he saw but at all. He was mute for the rest of his life. His brother, desperate for answers, once played him the sound of ocean waves during a hospital visit, just to calm him. The man wept. No words, only tears. Some believed the corridor ran all the way to the Tyrrhenian Sea, that it ended beneath the port town of Civitavecchia, nearly 50 kilometers from Rome. Too far, some said. Impossible. But others remembered that the Romans once built aqueducts across valleys, tunnels beneath mountains. Could it be that this corridor, older still, served a sacred purpose, a passage for water, for ritual, for escape? In 1997, an amateur historian obtained a declassified map from World War II aerial scans. It showed faint heat signatures beneath the Vatican's western edge, one elongated, straight, repeating, like a vein stretching underground. He compared it to modern utility blueprints, and found no match. He shared his findings online. The post disappeared within days. His email was deleted. He stopped posting altogether, and yet the theory persists. The corridor was real. The breathing vault was real. The medallion exists in a private collection under a false catalogue number, and somewhere beneath the cobbled streets of Rome, a tunnel continues its crawl toward the sea. What purpose it served remains unknown. But there are stories, quiet ones, of a chamber near the end of the tunnel, where the walls are carved like ocean currents, where the floor is not stone, but glass, and beneath it water flows, not an aqueduct, not a stream, open sea, cold, pressurized, like a window into the depths. They say monks once made pilgrimages there, long before the Vatican was built, to drop written prayers into the sea, that the tide would carry their words to something listening far below. Not God, not the saints, something else. In the oldest records, now mostly erased, the corridor was referred to by one name, Aqua Via Sanctum, the Holy Water Road. But in marginalia, the scribbled notes of ancient scribes, those tiny phrases never meant to be read, another name appears, E Via Respiration, the breathing road. Some believed it was metaphorical, a reference to the living spirit. But what if it wasn't? What if the tunnel was never meant to be walked, but felt, heard? What if its real function wasn't movement, but containment? The Vatican has long claimed dominion over things both earthly and divine. But what if beneath it, they built their city atop something they could not explain? And what if that something still moves? Today, there is no mention of the tunnel, no signage, no access, just a courtyard no one visits, where ivy grows thicker each year. But if you listen closely on a windless night, some say you can hear the echo, a faint rhythmic pressure beneath the stone, like breathing, like the sea, like a memory too old to have a name, a secret carried through stone, from the heart of Rome to the edge of the ocean, and still it breathes. Some maps are drawn to guide, others are drawn to mislead, and a rare few are drawn simply to be hidden, buried beneath doctrine, bound between irrelevant pages, mistaken for fiction. In 1948, shortly after the Second World War had scarred the stonework of nearly every major European city, the Vatican undertook a quiet reorganization of its architectural archives. It was meant to be routine, preservation, cataloging. A generation of documents stored in fragile condition was to be cleaned, resorted, and relocated to newer subterranean vaults. What the archivists found wasn't part of the project, it wasn't on any list, and it didn't belong. It was a folder, unmarked, thin, worn from handling. Inside, they discovered a set of blueprints. 4 sheets, faded ink on brittle parchment. The language was Latin, though sparse. No dates, no signatures, no title. But the architectural notations were clear. The drawings depicted a circular structure, buried deep below the Vatican's known floor plans. Not a chapel, not a vault, something stranger. The center of the design held a massive octagonal chamber, ringed by 6 evenly spaced alcoves, each one labeled with a single word: aqua, lux, vox, caelum, terra, tenebris, water, light, voice, sky, earth, darkness. It looked more like a machine than a sanctuary, but its purpose wasn't indicated. The strangest part wasn't the shape, it was the placement. Based on the included elevation notations, this structure sat well below the deepest known catacombs, almost at the bedrock, deeper than anyone thought accessible beneath the city. One archivist, a quiet man named Silvio, was disturbed by the symbols he found on the outer ring of the structure. They weren't part of any known Vatican shorthand. They weren't Roman. They weren't Greek. They resembled certain spiral patterns used in early Mesopotamian burial sites, yet were arranged like a code, repeated in triplets, like breathing cycles. He brought the drawings to his supervisor. The next day, he was reassigned to a monastery in rural Poland. The blueprints were never logged. The folder was removed. The drawings disappeared. But Silvio kept a copy. He had traced them by hand in secret, using translucent cloth and graphite before he ever brought them forward. Years later, on his deathbed, he passed them to his nephew, an architecture student named Lorenzo, with one instruction: don't look beneath the Vatican, look beneath the sea. Lorenzo dismissed it at first, a delirious man's final riddle, but when he studied the tracings more closely, he noticed something impossible. The coordinates, they didn't align with the Vatican itself. They pointed 72 kilometers west, into the Tyrrhenian Sea, directly offshore from a jagged coastal region, where no maps listed any structure. A region marked on naval charts only with a cautionary label: depth variable, rock instability, no mooring. He overlaid the blueprint grid onto a maritime satellite image. The central circle, when adjusted for scale, matched an odd depression on the seafloor, nearly symmetrical. Not a natural crater, not a trench, just a hole, darker than the surrounding seabed, ringed by a faint coral pattern like spokes of a wheel. It was as if the Sanctum Profundum had been real, and it had never been beneath the Vatican at all. It had always been beneath the water. Lorenzo, obsessed, compiled everything. He wrote a private thesis titled Architectural Anomalies and Submarine Symbolism in Pre-Christian Italy. No journal would publish it. No university accepted it. But the tracings leaked. They appeared online years later, posted anonymously to a fringe discussion board that explored underwater ruins. The thread was removed within days, but not before researchers saved copies. One marine archaeologist based in Marseille recognized the spiral motif. She had seen something similar in stone fragments pulled from a collapsed seafloor shelf near Corsica, fragments never dated, never catalogued. She believed they were part of an underwater basilica, but no one listened, until she saw Lorenzo's tracing, until she compared the two, until they matched. By then it was too late. The site was closed, the area was declared a naval security zone, all diving activity prohibited. The sea had swallowed it again, but the legend remained. They called it Sanctum Profundum, the deep sanctuary, a structure never mentioned in church texts, never described in homilies, but referenced in a single handwritten margin note inside the oldest Latin translation of the Book of Enoch, preserved in the Vatican's rare manuscript collection. The note read, "And I descended into the house beneath the waves, where silence speaks." No one knows who wrote it. No one knows what was meant, but the blueprints exist. They are tracings now, copies of copies, but they tell a story older than the city, a story etched in symbols, buried in stone, and drowned by design. Some believe the Vatican built itself above the ruins to keep them close. Others believe it was no accident, that the church was founded on the bones of something ancient, that beneath every cathedral, behind every ritual, beneath every sacred word, lies a deeper architecture, not of faith, of memory, of containment, because what the blueprint does not show, what is deliberately absent, is the entrance. No stairs, no hatch, no tunnel, no door, only the structure, the silence, the shape, as if access was never meant for the surface world, as if the sanctum was not built for man to enter, but for something else, to sleep inside. And to this day, beneath the ocean, the depression on the seafloor remains, dark, unchanged, listening, waiting, like something dreaming through stone, like a blueprint no architect dared to finish. And still it calls. Not all explorers wear robes or carry books. Some carry oxygen tanks. Some slip silently beneath the water with nothing but light and breath and instinct. And some, no matter how prepared, do not come back. In the winter of 1943, during the height of global war, the Mediterranean coast near Italy was more than a scenic expanse. It was a guarded line, a route for navies, a corridor for secrets. The Vatican, neutral in principle but observant in every other sense, kept a close watch on movement near its coastal waters. That year, a military diver named Luca Moretti was sent on a covert assignment near a shallow reef west of Civitavecchia. His records list the mission as underwater mapping, though the area had already been charted decades earlier. According to his captain, the mission was Vatican-sanctioned. No cameras, no reports, just one diver, 1 hour, in and out. Luca was experienced. He had served in deep salvage dives, survived equipment failures, and once rescued another man from a flooded mineshaft. He was chosen for his calm, his silence, his precision. He entered the water before dawn. The sea was calm, visibility was low, but the dive team expected a routine excursion. He was fitted with a specialized rebreather, something newer than standard issue, a device allegedly provided by Vatican engineers. He descended to 30 meters. His voice crackled through the radio once. He said only 3 words. "It's not natural." Then the signal cut. The team waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15, no bubbles surfaced, no body, no light. After 20 minutes, they sent another diver to search. He found nothing, not even Luca's line. It was as if the sea had erased him. The official report cited strong currents, faulty gear. The dive was closed, the case forgotten. But a week later, a fisherman discovered something tangled in his net. Not a body, not gear, just a single boot. Standard military issue, with the name Luca Moretti stitched inside, and something else. The boot was filled with fine sand, as if it had rested on the sea floor for years, not days. The fisherman turned it in. The boot vanished from the evidence room the next morning, but the story didn't end there. In 1956, an archivist at the Vatican found an envelope misfiled in a box of naval correspondence. Inside was a single page of handwritten notes. The name at the top read Luca Mez. The ink was smudged by water. No date, no origin. Just a few lines that seemed like a diary entry. "I went deeper than the orders said. The walls, I don't know what they are. They aren't rocks. They feel arranged. The light doesn't reflect here. It bends. I thought I saw movement, but there was nothing. Then I heard it. Not sound, not pressure. Something deeper, a presence. I wanted to come back, but I couldn't turn around. There was no signature. The paper was filed and sealed. The archivist was transferred to a remote abbey in Switzerland. Since then, divers have spoken of strange anomalies in that same area. Sudden temperature drops, instruments that spin wildly, sonar returning images of perfect geometry under layers of silt, shapes that don't belong. One called it a cathedral without walls. Another refused to enter the water again. In 1983, a private salvage company was hired to investigate a sunken merchant vessel in that region. Their lead diver reported hearing what he described as an organ chord from beneath the trench. The sound repeated twice. On the third instance, their communications blacked out. They aborted the mission. To this day, that stretch of coast remains lightly trafficked. Despite favorable depth and conditions, fishermen avoid it. Naval training routes curve around it. The charts show nothing unusual, just open water. But the men who know that sea, the ones who've seen too much, call it something else. They call it the hollow zone, where echoes do not return, where time feels slow, where people, if they go too deep, sometimes don't come back. Luca's name is no longer listed in official Vatican service records. It's as if he never existed. But the diver who didn't return is still remembered by a few. Men who met him once, men who shook his hand, men who still wonder what he saw that day. Because it wasn't darkness that took him. It wasn't pressure or panic. It was something older, something aware, something watching, and somewhere beneath the Tyrrhenian Sea, in a trench not marked by name, a silence still waits for its next visitor. They say the sea does not keep secrets, but some things don't belong to the sea at all. Not all things lost at sea are accidents. Some are sent, some are guided, and some never intended to return. In 1951, a small vessel was spotted drifting silently near the edge of Italy's territorial waters, approximately 60 nautical miles west of the Vatican's nearest coastal point. It had no flag, no visible markings, no name painted across its hull, just a modest steel ship, 60 feet long, idling with no crew on deck. The ship was first reported by a French patrol trawler, which radioed in the sighting. Naval authorities responded, but when they arrived, the unmarked ship had vanished. No trace on radar, no oil trail, nothing on sonar, only the word of the fishermen who had seen it with their own eyes. 3 weeks later, the same ship appeared again, this time closer to shore. It was observed passing slowly through a low fog bank, lit from within by a pale amber glow. Again, there were no crew visible, no lifeboats, no sound. Local port authorities sent a scout boat. By the time they reached the location, the ship was gone once more. In the decades that followed, reports of the same vessel emerged sporadically, always the same shape, always unmarked, always silent. It became a maritime legend, the ghost vessel. Some called it a remnant from the war, others said it was a smuggler ship retrofitted to hide its identity, but a few believed something else, because every sighting of the unmarked ship coincided with a Vatican event, a closed meeting, a sudden reassignment, a blacked-out archive. The vessel never docked, never made contact. It simply moved, slowly, deliberately, along a line that, if mapped, formed a curve stretching from the Tyrrhenian Sea inward toward Rome. A curve with no clear purpose, unless you extended it far enough. If you did, the arc pointed directly at the Apostolic Archive. One retired naval officer, obsessed with the mystery, began collecting reports. He found 9 separate mentions of the unmarked ship between 1951 and 1978. The details never changed. Same silhouette, same dimensions, same glow from within. He compiled the sightings, plotted them on a chart, and noticed something else. The trajectory wasn't just aimed at Rome. It mirrored a pattern, one used in early navigational design, sacred geometry applied to old cathedrals, a pattern intended not just to map, but to resonate. He called it the Arc of Return, as if the ship wasn't wandering, it was following a ritual path, and that it was not unmanned, but merely unseen. In 1982, a surveillance satellite captured a grainy image of something moving just below the surface off the coast of Montalto. Analysts dismissed it as a shadow, but when enhanced, the outline matched previous descriptions. A long hull, a low deck, and a single upright structure in the center, a structure shaped like a bell tower. The satellite file was quietly reclassified, and the unmarked ship was never officially mentioned again. But witnesses continued to speak, not to authorities, but to each other. One fisherman said he saw the ship in the distance while casting his nets. He said the water around it didn't ripple, that the waves seemed to stop as it passed. Another man swore the ship had no anchor chain, that it drifted without wind against current, toward the open sea. A woman walking the coast near Santa Marinella reported seeing a vessel glide silently into fog, then vanish in daylight, leaving only the scent of incense on the breeze. Each story on its own could be dismissed, but together they began to feel like verses in a hymn no one remembered how to sing. Some theorists proposed that the ship was a Vatican transport, not for people, but for objects, relics too dangerous to remain on land, or too powerful to bury in earth. They imagined a vessel retrofitted for underwater vault drops, capable of opening not downward but outward, releasing sealed artifacts into the deep, and each return to sea, they said, followed a pattern of tension, of silence, of locked doors in Rome, as if the sea was being fed. One account, buried in the private notes of a marine logistics consultant, detailed a Vatican request in 1966 for a vessel capable of sealed cargo retrieval without surface exposure. The request was denied, but the phrasing lingered: cargo not meant to surface, objects not meant for air. There is no official record of any Vatican-owned vessel matching the description, no ship logs, no port registrations, and yet the ship is seen, not frequently, just enough to persist. a drifting presence, a moving silence, a messenger perhaps carrying something ancient, not to hide it, but to keep it close to the water, because sometimes the sea is not the destination, it's the vault, and what travels above it is simply guarding the lock. Those who track the ship's movements believe it will surface again, perhaps when the tides align, perhaps when a threshold is crossed in Rome, perhaps when something buried stirs again. They watch the coastline now, listen for radio anomalies, wait for the glow, because in a world of satellites and global positioning, a ship that leaves no wake is not just strange, it is deliberate. The unmarked ship is not lost, it is returning to a place no port controls, to a shore beneath the waves, to a chapel without walls, and it carries not passengers but memory. Some things are never truly hidden, they simply wait for the right eyes to see them. In 1994, an international team of marine geologists conducting a routine seabed survey in the Tyrrhenian Sea encountered an anomaly. Their mission was simple: to map shifts in underwater fault lines following years of mild tectonic activity. The area west of Rome had long been considered stable, with only the occasional tremor, but recent pressure readings suggested something had shifted. They deployed a submersible drone, equipped with high-resolution sonar and low-light cameras. The craft descended into one of the deeper folds in the seafloor, a long, narrow depression stretching nearly 20 kilometers. At the midpoint of that trench, they saw it. Rising from the silty darkness were vertical structures, tall, thin, evenly spaced, not jagged like rock formations, not branching like coral, but smooth, architectural, and in rows. There were 5 of them at first glance, then 9, then 12. As the drone drifted farther into the trench, the camera began to reveal their full form. They were spires, not massive towers, not towering pillars, but something in between, each roughly 5 stories tall, rising from square bases and tapering upward into rounded tips. They appeared to be made from a stone darker than the surrounding seabed, covered in silt, some leaning slightly, as if weathered by time, but intact, undeniably shaped. The team assumed they had discovered the remains of a submerged village, perhaps an ancient coastal outpost, long forgotten and finally exposed by seafloor movement. But the measurements didn't make sense. The spacing between the spires was too exact, the alignment too deliberate. When plotted on a grid, they formed a spiral pattern, widening outward, coiling clockwise, each spire placed as if part of a larger design. There was no record of such a settlement, no evidence of Roman, Etruscan, or Greek construction that matched the scale or location, and yet there it was, row after row of stone shapes rising from the deep. One researcher referred to them, quietly, as the deep spires, and the name stuck. They continued the scan. After 30 minutes of footage, the drone's lights caught the base of one spire, a flat, square platform etched with markings, not letters, not pictographs, just grooves, concentric circles, layered over what appeared to be a central eye shape. Then something unexpected happened. The sonar ping returned a hollow reading. The spires were not solid, they were shells, hollow columns of stone, each with an interior chamber. The resonance suggested cavities, like tunnels or channels, running through the core of each spire. The team was stunned. These were not decorative, not graves. They were functional, but for what? They brought the footage to shore, reviewed it frame by frame, submitted a partial report to a coastal university for verification. The university declined to review it. The footage was never published. 2 weeks later, the lead scientist on the project was offered a position on a private Vatican research committee focused on oceanography and sacred geography. He accepted. No further footage was ever released, but copies of the video existed. A few frames leaked years later, grainy, low contrast, difficult to verify, but in those frames, the silhouette of the spires was unmistakable. In the clearest image, light from the drone catches the edge of a nearby surface, a larger platform, just out of frame, with the faint suggestion of a staircase. That frame vanished from the archive shortly after, but those who saw it before it was pulled spoke of a single idea that none of them had ever voiced aloud. This wasn't a village, this was a design, a structure buried not by accident, but by purpose, a layout too intentional to be explained away as erosion. And then the questions began. Why were they hollow? Why were they aligned in a spiral? What were they waiting for? In 2002, another vessel passed over the same trench. Their instruments experienced interference. Compass needles spun, magnetic readings dropped and then surged. One crew member said the water itself felt tense, like the air before a thunderstorm. When they tried to lower another drone, it refused to descend. The cable seized mid-drop. When reeled back in, the housing was warped, as if compressed, not by pressure, but by force. They never returned. Today the coordinates are not listed in any public diving database, but the name circulates quietly among oceanographers, divers, and marine archaeologists who study the Mediterranean's lesser-known flaws: the spiral trench, the breathing reef, the cathedral coil. No one knows who built the spires, no one knows how old they are, but those who have glimpsed them, even in shadow, even in grainy sonar, speak of a strange feeling when they look upon the design. It's not fear, it's not wonder, it's recognition, as if something deep in the mind already knows what they are, as if we've seen them before, but only in dreams. No cathedral bell ever rings this deep. It was 2006, when a deep-sea exploratory team backed by a private European sponsor returned to the coordinates where the spires had been reported. Their vessel, equipped with updated sonar, pressure-rated drones, and heat-mapping tools, was among the most advanced of its kind. But the mission itself was unofficial. There was no institutional support, no academic banner, just a group of quiet professionals who wanted to see for themselves what had been whispered about for years. They weren't looking for the spires. They were looking for what lay beneath them. The descent was smooth, weather was perfect. Their support vessel hovered above calm waters, no more than a ripple disturbing the surface. At a depth of over 400 meters, the drone's lights caught the spires, still intact, still standing, but something else now caught their eye. Behind them, just beyond the curve of the trench wall, was something massive. A flat shape, partially buried, barely visible through the sediment. The drone moved closer. The lights panned across stone, not natural, not jagged, not broken, carved. They followed the shape for 10 meters, then 20, then 60. Eventually, the outline became clear. It was a building, submerged, massive, symmetrical, and rising just enough from the seafloor to reveal the edge of a vaulted archway, partially exposed, choked with coral, and framed by columns. A chapel, lying silent beneath the spiral of spires, half buried in sand. The camera panned upward. Above the archway sat a stone relief, so worn it could barely be made out. But it was there, a single eye, not open, not human. An abstract symbol, wide and round, the same shape found etched into the base of the spires. Only here, it was framed by something new, a series of curved lines emanating outward, like ripples in water. The drone approached the doorway. At first, nothing happened. Then a strange shift in pressure registered through the feed, as if the water inside the chapel was different, lighter. The pilot paused, debated proceeding, and then the archway's inner seal crumbled inward, as though something had been holding it in place from behind. Not an explosion, not structural failure. It fell inward like a door finally permitted to open. The drone moved forward. Inside, visibility dropped, not from silt or debris, but from darkness itself. The drone's lights dulled, the way flashlights dim in thick fog. It wasn't natural. The walls weren't black. They were absorbing light, every ray. Still, the pilot pressed on. The first chamber was empty, rounded, dome-like, supported by ribs of stone. Not Gothic, not Roman, just geometric. The walls sloped in perfect, seamless curves. Then the drone's camera passed through a second arch, and they saw it. A single pedestal, placed dead center in a room the size of a small cathedral. Resting atop the pedestal, a cube, roughly 2 feet across, metal, coated in rust, covered in markings, etched so deep they created shadow. But it wasn't the cube that caught their attention. It was what surrounded it. Benches, stone benches, semicircular, facing inward, as if waiting for a sermon, as if waiting for a voice. They had found not just a chapel, but a sanctuary, still arranged, still ready, as if someone had left it just moments before. The pilot hovered the drone closer to the cube. The lights caught something, moisture, condensation. Despite the depth, despite the cold, the cube wasn't dry. It was sweating, just slightly. A film of water on its surface, pooling near its base, forming tiny rivulets that dripped onto the pedestal, and each drop echoed, picked up by the drone's microphone as a faint rhythmic tick. They listened. Tick, 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 like breath, like memory, like something deep inside was still beating. One crew member described it later, off record, as the sound of something dreaming. The drone stayed for 20 minutes, then the feed went black. No signal, no movement, no error report, just silence. The drone was never recovered. The team left the site. They never attempted a second dive. No report was filed. No press release. Only a single anonymous post on an oceanic anomaly forum weeks later, written in plain clipped sentences. There's a chapel under the sea. It's not ruins. It's not collapsed. It's intact. And it's not empty. To this day, the image of the cube has not resurfaced. No one knows what it holds, or if it's meant to hold anything at all, but those who've studied the footage say the benches around it were not placed for worship. They were placed for observation, like a gathering hall, a silent tribunal, a meeting place. But for what? Who built it? Why so deep? And what, if anything, still stirs inside that sweating cube? Some believe it's a vault, others, a warning, and a few, a very few, believe it's alive. Not in a way we understand, not beating, not breathing, but aware, as if the chapel in the abyss was never meant for the surface world, but for something buried, watching, listening, waiting. Because a chapel implies a prayer, and where there are prayers, there is always something listening. Light behaves strangely in the deep. It bends, it fades, it scatters in ways the human eye was never meant to understand. And in that light, sometimes, are colors that shouldn't exist, patterns that have no source, shapes that vanish the moment you blink. In 2011, a group of deep-sea engineers, working with experimental lighting rigs designed for abyssal research, deployed a specialized submersible camera to test low-intensity illumination over long durations. Their goal was simple: observe how various wavelengths of light interacted with sediment, algae, and underwater minerals. They chose a site in the Tyrrhenian Sea, near a trench long considered barren and unremarkable. They didn't expect to find glass. The drone descended slowly through the midnight blue, its lights casting soft cones of silver into the gloom. The seabed came into view, flat, lifeless, dotted with small coral clusters and broken stones, and then, it changed. At first it looked like a reflection, as if a faint ripple of color had passed across the silt, not natural blues or greens, but warm tones, amber, red, violet, colors that didn't belong there. The lights flickered, the drone tilted, the lens refocused, and there it was, embedded in the slope of the trench wall, a panel, roughly 12 feet wide, curved slightly outward, and shimmering. Not rock, not coral, glass, colored, shaped, fused into a design so faint it was nearly invisible without angled light. But once seen, it was unmistakable, a stained glass window. It wasn't set in a frame, there were no walls around it, no obvious support. It was simply fused into the slope, half buried, as if the earth itself had been molded around it. The colors were unlike anything recorded in known stained glass manufacturing. They shifted subtly, as if the hues were responding to the movement of the drone's lights. When the angle changed, so did the image. The crew on the surface watched in silence as the window's form revealed itself. Not a saint, not a cross, not any religious iconography known to the surface world. Instead, it showed waves, not painted, shaped. The glass was textured, layered, fused in flowing curves, and above the waves, a circle, not the sun, not the moon, an eye, not menacing, not kind, just there, watching. One crew member later described it as less a symbol, and more like the idea of being seen. The drone hovered closer, the colors pulsed, not flashing, but shifting, as though stirred by the lights themselves. A ripple moved across the surface of the glass, like a deep sigh. Then the cameras caught something else. Behind the panel, a faint structure, a shadow cast through the glass. Another room. The stained glass wasn't decoration, it was a window to something deeper. They tried to maneuver the drone for a better angle, but the feed began to distort, subtle at first, then more pronounced. The lights dulled, the signal blurred, lines danced across the screen. Still, they watched, and just before the feed cut entirely, the drone captured one last image. Reflected in the window, or perhaps projected through it, was a shape, tall, not sharp, almost organic, like the silhouette of a figure, not quite human, not quite anything, just standing, as if on the other side. The feed died seconds later. The crew attempted to recover the drone, but the tether wouldn't respond. It was eventually pulled back manually, badly damaged, its cameras burned out by pressure they couldn't explain. The stained glass, they decided, wasn't a relic, it was a warning, or a lens, a way to filter something not meant to be seen directly. They tried to return a month later, but the trench had changed, silt had shifted, the glass was gone, not broken, not buried, gone, as if it had never been there, but the images survived. A few blurry frames, a set of measurements, light readings, and one still photo, grainy, washed out but clear enough to see the wave pattern and the eye. That image never made it to any official archive, but it was copied, saved. Whispers of it spread among a tight network of oceanographers and private researchers. One scholar pointed out something no one else had noticed. The waves weren't chaotic, they were arranged in concentric circles, and at the very center, the eye, wasn't just a design, it was a map. The pupil matched an ancient symbol used in pre-Christian burial rites, a directional marker used to point the dead toward the afterlife. But this one didn't point up, it pointed down, deeper, toward something buried, something watching, and maybe something waiting to be seen. Today the trench remains unstudied. Officially the area is too unstable for further exploration. Marine research grants have been denied. Attempts to scan the site have been interrupted by unexplained interference. But the stories persist. Divers speak of colors seen through the gloom, shimmering, brief, always warm tones, always near the edge of visibility, and always accompanied by silence. Not absence of sound, but presence, like something is listening. And behind that silence, a window, not just into a chapel, but into a deeper awareness, a deeper eye, a deeper sea. Because glass, no matter how sacred, was never meant to last forever. Eventually it breaks, or it opens. And when it does, what was watching from the other side may finally see us back. Metal doesn't decay the way paper does. It weathers, it scars, but it holds its story longer, especially when buried far from light, far from heat, far from the hands that once shaped it. In 1964, during a routine underwater cable-laying operation near a deep shelf west of Naples, a spool was dropped by accident. The crew, unable to retrieve it by hand, deployed a submersible claw to locate and pull it free from the rocky crevice where it had landed. But what they brought back was not the spool, it was a box, roughly the size of a large book, greenish-brown with oxidation, heavy, made of copper. At first it was dismissed as maritime debris, a container tossed overboard by some forgotten vessel, but it had no hinges, no latch, no seams, just a single groove running across its edge, and the faint outline of a cross on one side, not engraved, but pressed into the surface so subtly it caught only under certain angles of light. The box was turned over to coastal authorities. For weeks, no one opened it. The exterior was too delicate to force, and there was no key. Then one morning it opened on its own. No noise, no damage. It was simply found open on the desk of a junior archivist who had been cataloguing local shipwreck artifacts. No one could explain how it had been opened. The archivist swore he never touched it. Inside were 9 sheets of thin, flexible copper, folded, pressed flat, each covered front to back in etched writing, not printed, not stamped, etched by hand. With a sharp instrument, the language was ancient. What was Spall? Not any one tongue. It was a hybrid. Some of it resembled Greek, some Old Aramaic, some untranslatable. Linguists argued. One said it was a coded prayer, another called it a composite gospel, created by a sect that predated Catholicism entirely. A third said it wasn't a gospel at all, but a warning, because the words, once translated, didn't speak of salvation. They spoke of containment, of walls beneath water, of a lightless altar that must remain untouched, of a voice too loud for language. One passage read, "It sings beneath silence, the tide answers it." Another, "We did not bury it, we built around it, and still it dreams." No author was listed, no date, no reference to God, only the repeated phrase etched again and again in the margins, like a mantra or incantation, "Do not lift what sank by choice." The copper pages were analyzed for age, but the oxidation patterns were inconsistent. Some areas appeared ancient, over 2,000 years old, others were recent, fresh, still warm from being held. Chemical testing failed to determine the exact alloy. It wasn't pure copper, it wasn't bronze, It had traces of something else, something not native to this region, or to this planet. One scientist privately speculated the metal had been exposed to extreme pressure, far beyond standard oceanic depths. The molecular structure showed signs of compression that would normally only be found in meteorite fragments or material left near tectonic ridges, but there were no ridges nearby, only calm sea, only flat trench. The Vatican made no formal statement about the find, but weeks later, the copper gospel vanished from the local archives. A clerical reassignment, the director claimed. No forwarding information was provided. Still, word got out. Researchers who had seen the text shared fragments from memory. Some said it wasn't written for humans, that the shape of the lines, the way they coiled and looped and narrowed in spirals, suggested it had been written to be read downward, not left to right, that if you followed the etching inward, it led to a center, not a word, a feeling. One researcher described the copper pages as a containment field made of language. The box was never recovered, but a single image remains. A black and white photo taken by the junior archivist on the day the box was found open. It shows one sheet, partially unfolded, laid out like a map, not a geographical map, a design, lines, markings, symbols placed with intent, as if replicating something seen, something remembered. At the center of the sheet, barely visible, is a drawing, not large, not bold, just a suggestion, a cube, floating above what appears to be an altar, the same cube described in later dive reports, the same cube found in the abyssal chapel, but this gospel predated that discovery by decades, which means the copper gospel wasn't reporting what had been found, it was recalling what was already known. And then comes the final passage, translated by hand and shared only once, on a page later torn from the researcher's notes. It reads, "It is not a tomb, it is a library. But the books are not meant to be opened." To this day no one knows who etched the copper pages, or how the box came to rest on a forgotten ledge at the bottom of the sea. But those who've read the words agree on one thing: they weren't meant to be read, they were meant to be remembered. Or perhaps more chillingly, meant to remind it. Because a gospel is a message, and every message implies an audience, even if it no longer speaks, even if it only waits, even if it's reading us back. Some symbols endure longer than stone, not because of the material they're carved from, but because of the silence they gather over time. In 2018, a team of underwater conservators working off the coast of Elba discovered a strange formation beneath a ridge of basalt just outside a restricted naval zone. It was supposed to be a rockfall site, a collection of sunken debris from long-eroded coastal cliffs. But what they uncovered wasn't random. There was a clearing, a flat section of seafloor where the rocks seemed swept back, not by tides, not by storms, by something intentional, as if hands had brushed it clean. In the center stood an upright shape, partially wrapped in seaweed. Algae clung to its base, coral crusted along its arms, but the form was unmistakable. A crucifix, not toppled, not broken, still standing, but weathered in a way no ordinary metal should endure. Salt had eaten through the outer layer, revealing a deeper texture beneath, not rust, not decay, but pitting that almost resembled writing. When the divers cleared away the plants, they saw that the crucifix had no Christ, no figure, only the cross, a lone form rising from the seabed, empty, and around its arms and base, twisted tightly, was a net of seaweed, not random, not draped by currents, but coiled, as though deliberately woven, tangled at just the right points to give it the impression of a body, as if the ocean had dressed it, completed it, made its own offering. One diver described the moment as standing at an altar someone else had already prayed at. They recorded the dimensions, photographed it, sent the data to their coastal headquarters. 3 days later, the site was marked as restricted. When the team returned, they were told the area had been declared unstable, no dives permitted, no retrieval allowed. But one diver had already taken a sample. A small flake of the cross's surface had come loose during cleaning. He brought it home, unaware. A week later, the diver began having dreams. He described being underwater, not swimming, walking, as if gravity and breath no longer mattered. He would descend along a corridor of silt, flanked by stone walls that pulsed faintly, not with light, but with sound, a low throbbing beat, like distant thunder, and at the end of the corridor he would always find the crucifix. But this time it was whole. The cross stood taller, thicker, and someone or something, was nailed to it. Not writhing, not suffering, just watching, eyes open, arms still, face calm, as if it wasn't being punished, as if it was waiting. He stopped diving, tried to forget, but the flake remained on his desk, sealed in a plastic case. It began to change. At first it grew darker, then smoother, then inexplicably moist. Condensation formed on the inside of the container. He swore once he saw a small thread of seaweed pressed against the plastic, but it was gone by morning. The sample was sent to a lab. Analysis was inconclusive. It wasn't purely iron, it wasn't bronze, and it wasn't responding to salt water the way it should. Instead of corroding, it seemed to heal. Tiny fractures repaired themselves. Surface scratches faded. Under a microscope, the particles appeared to shift, like skin reacting to temperature. The lab returned the sample with no explanation. The diver buried it, but the dreams didn't stop. Years later, an anonymous submission was made to a small theological symposium held in Sicily. It described an artifact recovered from the sea, a crucifix with no figure, and a vision that followed. The paper made a single chilling claim. This was not built in memory of the man, this was built for what came before him. Those words sparked quiet debate. What came before? What was crucified that predated the symbol? And why under the sea? Some say the crucifix wasn't meant to mark a sacrifice, but a sealing, not to honor death, but to contain something that once refused to die. And the sea, in its patience, had wrapped the empty arms in its own shroud, as if to keep it still, to hold it, to remind us not of suffering, but of warning. Because a crucifix without a figure doesn't ask for faith. It asks a question: what left it, and why has it never returned? The site today is no longer marked. No buoys, no flags, just water. But beneath that quiet patch of sea, something still stands, tall, silent, wearing a coat of living seaweed, a monument that no current disturbs, a cross with open arms, still waiting. Some documents are never filed, some letters are never sent. They wait, instead, to be found, placed between pages, slipped beneath bindings, tucked into spines like whispers that only time can hear. In 1973, an archivist named Elias Mancini was assigned to a quiet office on the lowest accessible level of the Vatican Apostolic Archive. He wasn't a priest, he wasn't a scholar of theology, he was a linguist, a man who understood structure, code, and silence. He was brought in to help reorganize the Vatican's older, uncategorized texts, scrolls too fragile to be handled often, letters faded by candlelight, documents written in hands long forgotten. Elias was meticulous. For months he worked alone, reviewing texts that hadn't seen daylight in centuries. The hallway to his chamber was cold, quiet. His desk sat near a locked door that led nowhere, sealed, unused, part of the foundation itself. He once joked to a colleague that the air felt thicker there, as if books had exhaled too much memory into the room. It was in that room that he found the letter, not filed, not logged, not even labeled. It was folded into the middle of an 18th century Latin psalter, placed like a bookmark. The page it sat between was stained, as if dampened long ago, the ink around it wrinkled and watermarked. The letter was unsigned. It was written in simple, precise English. The handwriting was small, consistent, almost obsessively careful. It began without introduction. If this reaches anyone, I am sorry, I did not mean to look. Elias read the entire letter in silence, heart slowing with each line. It told the story of a man, unnamed, who had been permitted access to the lower chambers during a rare restructuring decades earlier. His task was to assess mold risk, a standard request, a mundane job, until he found the map. Folded behind a loose stone in the far wall of a sealed corridor, the map was drawn not on paper, but on a sheet of metal, thin, pliable, etched with ink that didn't fade under moisture. It showed a path beneath the archive, not horizontal, but vertical, a descent, a shaft, and at its base, a mark shaped like an altar with rings around it. He followed the path. He didn't say how, but he described it, the walls narrowing, the air going still, the steps worn smooth by feet that hadn't walked there in centuries, and eventually, a chamber. He never called it a chapel, he never called it a vault, he called it the breathless room. He said there was no air, and yet he could breathe. He said there was no sound, and yet he could hear. He said there were no lights, and yet he could see. At the center of the breathless room stood a basin, not stone, not metal, something between, filled not with water but with something heavier, black, slow. Above it hovered a shape, not touching, not resting, just hovering. He didn't describe it clearly, only this. It had no face, but I felt its gaze. It had no voice, but I heard the word return, and I understood. I understood it wasn't a command, it was a memory, something it was still waiting to finish. The letter ended with a final line, written more hastily than the rest. It sees through the stone, do not dig, do not listen, and whatever you do, do not answer if it calls your name. Elias did not report the letter. He folded it carefully and hid it inside the lining of his satchel. For weeks he tried to forget, but something about that room, the stillness, the cold, began to feel different. One night he stayed late. Alone in the lowest vault, he began to hear something, not loud, not clear, just a word. One word, his name, whispered faintly from the direction of the sealed door. He left the building and did not return. He sent the letter, anonymously, to a contact at a university in Florence, asking only that it be kept safe. Years later, the letter surfaced in a private collection of Vatican anomalies. It had been copied, retyped, studied, but never debunked. Some believe it was fiction, a hoax, a man too buried in old stories, inventing his own. Others believe Elias Mancini was never an archivist at all, that he had been assigned not to organize memory but to bury it. Because there is no record of his employment in the Vatican's public personnel log, no signature, no security file, no trace, just the letter, preserved, whispered, passed hand to hand among those who understand that sometimes memory must be hidden deeper than paper, and even then, it finds a way to speak, especially when it's still listening. Symbols can outlive memory. They drift across centuries, carved in stone, stitched into cloth, painted on glass, carrying meanings long after the voices that created them have gone silent. But some symbols don't want to be remembered. Some resist translation. Some wait in the dark. In 1991, a retired Vatican historian named Donato Bellini privately published a short paper titled Unspoken Ink, The Language of the Margins. It focused on overlooked markings found in the margins of religious texts, not words but symbols, shapes that didn't belong to any language, patterns carved into the edges of manuscript covers, etchings on page corners that didn't match the rest of the text. He found one of these markings in a damaged hymnal dating back to the 14th century, a looping shape, spiraled 3 times, then spiked outward. It was drawn in brown ink, so faint it could barely be seen without magnification. Donato dismissed it at first, a careless scribble, a doodle by a distracted scribe, until he found the same mark in another book, and then another. 23 manuscripts, across 3 centuries, stored in different parts of the archive. Written by different hands, the same symbol, always in the corner, always faint, always drawn as if trying not to be seen. He referred to it as the spiral crown, a name he admitted was arbitrary, but the more he studied the symbol, the more patterns emerged. Books containing the symbol all had something in common. Redacted pages, missing paragraphs, whole chapters gone, either removed entirely or blacked out in ink so dense it soaked through the paper. When Donato cross-referenced the locations of these books, he noticed something stranger. They were all originally stored in the same section of the archive's lower levels, a wing closed to the public for climate-related degradation, sealed off during the 1960s. But maps from the 1950s labeled that wing differently, the Sanctum storage chamber. Donato became obsessed. He requested access to the wing. He was denied. He submitted research proposals. They were ignored. He reached out to colleagues. They cautioned him to stop asking. One evening, while walking through a seldom-used corridor near the sealed wing, he found a page, loose, aged, pressed against the wall as if pushed there by the draft. It was torn from a bound text. On it were 3 symbols, the spiral crown, a half circle beneath it, and below that, a pair of vertical lines connected by a third, forming a shape almost like a closed gate. There was no writing on the page, just the 3 symbols, drawn in a hand that shook slightly, as if under strain. Donato took the page home, photographed it, enlarged the images. When he outlined the shapes in light contrast, a pattern emerged. The symbols weren't random, they were part of a larger diagram, a network, like a circuit, like something meant to channel. But channel what? He traced the path of the spiral crown. It looped inward 3 times, like breath, like prayer, and then pushed outward, directly into the shape of the gate, as if the spiral was meant to open something, as if it was designed to be unlocked. Donato never published this, but he did share it privately with a former Vatican linguist named Aurelio, who had spent his career translating non-canonical texts. Aurelio recognized something immediately. The spiral crown was nearly identical to a symbol found in a rare fragment of what some scholars call the Oceanic Codex, an unverified, partially destroyed tablet discovered in a shipwreck near the coast of Cyprus. That tablet described a structure, buried beneath the westward tides, held fast by symbols carved from silence. Aurelio believed the spiral was not a crown, it was a cage. The symbol wasn't decorative, it was functional, a form of script designed to suppress, not represent. He theorized that the repetition of the symbol in Vatican texts was not an accident. It was a warning, and it wasn't for the reader, it was for the page itself. A kind of seal, a quiet lock, a design made to hold something in place. If that was true, then someone had gone through extraordinary lengths to place these seals in documents scattered across centuries, each one meant to hold back a fragment of something larger, a thought, a voice, a memory, something that could spread. Donato began researching deeper, accessing underground indexes and unpublished scans. That's when he found the walls, photographs, old, grainy, stored in a misfiled folder labeled Maintenance, Level 7. They showed a corridor, stone walls, cracked in places. Nothing unusual, until you looked closely at the surface. Carvings, not letters, symbols, the spiral crown, the gate, and a third, a diamond-shaped split down the middle, with a dark burn mark in the center. Each carving had been filled in with dark wax, then sealed over with iron plates bolted to the wall. But some of the plates had rusted, and beneath them the symbols remained, intact, undisturbed, unchanged. Donato tracked down the name of the maintenance worker who took the photographs. He was dead, but in a private notebook stored in his effects was a line scribbled shakily, "I heard something behind the wall, not like breathing, like remembering." No one knows what happened to Donato Bellini. He stopped writing, stopped attending meetings. His apartment was cleared years later, his belongings boxed, the only item missing from his record, the letter containing the 3 symbols, gone. To this day, copies of the spiral crown continue to appear, in anonymous emails to researchers, in the margins of books where no pen has touched, once carved into the shell of a fish caught at extreme depth, a pattern that had to be made by tools, and always the same feeling when it is seen, as if the symbol is watching back. Some believe the symbols are a language, others believe they are an interface, and a few, a very few, believe they are alive, not conscious, but reactive, like a circuit wired into the fabric of thought, designed not to be understood, but to contain understanding itself, because some knowledge isn't forgotten, it's held back, by design. And sometimes, the only thing standing between silence and its echo, is a shape, etched in a corner, drawn by a shaking hand, left for someone else to find. Some truths aren't carved in stone, they're stitched, threaded by hands no longer remembered, woven into cloth by people who never wrote books, never left journals, only patterns, colors, symbols that whisper to the eye instead of the ear. In 1937, during restoration work on a disused wing of a Benedictine monastery near the western edge of Vatican territory, workers uncovered a sealed chamber. The walls had been reinforced with volcanic bricks, an unusual choice in the region. The doorway, once sealed with wax and stone, cracked open with the pressure of age. Inside were tapestries, dozens of them, folded neatly, wrapped in brittle linen, stacked in wooden crates that had long since dried and cracked. There were no labels, no records. The contents weren't listed in any inventory. Not even the monks knew of their existence. At first glance, they seemed decorative, medieval scenes rendered in faded blues, grays, and dark rust reds. But as the restoration team unwrapped each tapestry, they realized these weren't scenes from scripture. They weren't depictions of saints or battles or miracles. They were maps, not of cities or continents, but of floods. Every tapestry showed a different coastline, each marked by towering waves, embroidered arcs of water stitched with precise movement. There were no people, no animals, just land and water overtaking it. The oldest tapestry, dated by fabric analysis to the 900s, showed a familiar outline, one that when inverted mirrored the Tyrrhenian coast, but the land had been swallowed, hills submerged, villages erased. In the corner, stitched in a thread nearly black with age, was a single eye-shaped spiral, facing downward. Each tapestry that followed showed a different shoreline. The same spiral appeared in all of them, always near the water, always at the moment it rose. The monks initially believed these were representations of Noah's flood, regional interpretations of a biblical story. But the flood waters in each scene rose not from the sky, but from the sea, not storm, not rain, surge. Some tapestries showed buildings beneath the waves, temples, arches, staircases, swallowed, not by time, but by motion. One scene showed a spiral of towers, 12 of them, gradually sinking in a clockwise pattern, like stepping stones into the abyss. It was too specific to be allegory. One of the restorers, a quiet woman named Sophia, noticed something unusual as she worked on a large tapestry from the 14th century. The fabric resisted heat. When pressed, the dyes shifted, not faded, but transformed. Reds became orange, grays turned to pale blue. The thread wasn't wool, it was something else. She called it memory stitching, a thread designed to remember light. Sophia spent weeks examining the tapestries. She discovered that when viewed in low natural candlelight, the patterns changed, subtle shifts. Buildings appeared that weren't visible under electric light. One tapestry revealed a figure, barely discernible, standing on the edge of a submerged city. The figure's hands were raised, not in prayer, in offering. Behind the figure, the sea rose not as a wave, but as a shape, towering, curved, watching. She called it the listener. The Vatican took possession of the tapestries shortly after Sophia submitted her findings. They were moved to a private vault. The restoration project was shuttered. Sophia left the monastery. Before she departed, she slipped one small tapestry into her bag, a fragment no larger than a book cover. It showed no water, no land, only the spiral, woven in silver thread onto a field of black. A single line of red embroidery ran beneath it. 4 words. She translated it from the archaic dialect. We could not contain it. She never shared the fragment publicly, but she kept it with her for the rest of her life. Years later, in a private letter to a colleague, she described dreams, always the same. A city beneath the sea, not ruins, not broken, standing, complete, and above it, hanging in the water like a lantern, a tapestry, enormous, floating, gently shifting, displaying scenes that moved like memory. The thread shimmered, the sea around it was still, and in the final scene Sophia always saw the same thing, the wave rising, not toward land, but toward sky. She believed the tapestries were not stories of the past, they were not prophecy, they were reminders, a record, a confession, of something once held back, of a flood that wasn't caused, but allowed. And beneath every thread, woven so finely it couldn't be seen until the light hit just right, was a shape, a cube, outlined in deep blue, appearing again and again in the corners, always upright, always watching. The tapestries weren't just warnings, they were records of memory encoded in thread, too fragile to write, too dangerous to speak, because not all floods are water, some are knowledge, some are names, some are things the sea was asked to hold, and is slowly beginning to return. Water remembers more than it reflects. In the spring of 1987, a renovation team at a small chapel on Vatican-adjacent grounds discovered an unusual flaw beneath the stone baptismal font. The chapel, built in the early 1600s, had long served as a private site for clergy reflection and prayer. Hidden from tourists, its floor had warped slightly with age. As part of preservation efforts, masons were assigned to reinforce the foundation. The baptismal font was heavy, a circular stone basin carved from travertine, mounted to a hexagonal base, with 6 sculpted lions around it. But when the workers tried to shift the basin, they realized it wasn't resting on solid stone, it was hollow underneath, and something was shining. They cleared away the marble tiles, and beneath them found a polished surface, flat, silvered, smooth, not metal, not glass, something in between. It was a mirror, perfectly circular, 6 feet wide, seamlessly embedded into the floor below the font, flush with the surrounding stone. It had no frame, no hinges, no signs it had ever been placed there. It was simply there. The surface was flawless. No dust, no scratches. It reflected the ceiling above with clarity, so sharp it seemed like an open hole to the roof, and yet the lighting didn't match. The colors in the reflection were subtly wrong, too cold, too blue, like light filtered through deep water. The workers reported the finding to a restoration official. The font was removed. The chapel was closed to the public. Within 48 hours, the Vatican dispatched a private team of historians, engineers, and security officers to assess the site. The room was sealed, but one member of the original crew, a man named Roberto, returned home with something he had no words for. He had looked into the mirror, not briefly. He had knelt beside it, watched, waited, and then he saw movement. Not his own, not a reflection, but a shimmer, like fabric. He leaned closer, the shimmer grew, and then the image in the mirror shifted. The ceiling above him vanished, replaced by stone arches, familiar, but not the ones from the chapel. Then came water, not over the mirror, within it, flowing upward, not fast, not turbulent, just slow movement, like breath, and behind that motion shapes, not human, not monstrous, just present, watching back. He blinked. The image was gone, just his reflection again. But in the corner of the mirror, briefly, he saw something etched into the surface. A line of symbols, faint, almost invisible, unless the light struck just right. He never told the Vatican team, but later, with the help of a linguist friend, he translated the symbols. They read, "Only what is buried remembers us." After the mirror was documented, it was never removed. Technicians attempted to measure its depth. The instruments failed. Every laser, every sonar ping, every light probe, all returned the same result. No depth, no reading. The mirror, they concluded, wasn't just reflecting, it was observing. One priest called it the eye of the submerged. He claimed the mirror was part of a system, a relic of an older network buried beneath the Vatican, one designed not to show truth, but to filter it. He believed the font had been placed atop it deliberately, not to honor the water, but to seal it, to suppress what it contained. In baptism, he said, we invoke water as a blessing, but water deep enough forgets its kindness. And this mirror, it came from the deep. Roberto kept quiet, but he had nightmares, of falling through the floor, of waking in darkness, surrounded by silence, while something moved beyond reach. He said the mirror never left him. Even in sleep, he could feel it, not see it, feel it, like it was still beneath him, miles of stone and shadow away, waiting for someone to look down again. Years later, the chapel was reopened. The font was replaced. Visitors passed through without knowing what lay beneath their feet, but the mirror remained, unmoving, silent, waiting. Some say it still changes, that on certain days when the light through the stained glass above lands just right, the mirror turns darker, that reflections fade, that images change, that you no longer see yourself, only arches, only water, only what remembers, and always, always in the reflection, a ripple, not from the room, but from something below, still moving, still watching, still listening for the next name whispered into the font, because water doesn't forget, especially when it was never meant to be seen, especially when it still dreams beneath the stone. There are sounds the sea should not make, waves crashing, currents sweeping, whales singing in the blue. That's the music of the ocean we understand. But there are other sounds, sounds too measured, too layered, too intentional to be natural, sounds that suggest not movement, but memory. In the winter of 1999, an Italian naval hydrophone array positioned off the coast of Lazio recorded something unexpected. It began just after midnight, a low frequency that registered across 3 listening posts simultaneously. It was steady at first, soft, tonal, like the hum of distant machinery. But as the signal developed, something shifted. Voices, not speech, not language, choral, multiple tones layered together in slow progression. The sound rose in volume gradually, then faded into silence after 47 seconds. Not a loop, not a glitch, a song. At first, they suspected interference from nearby military exercises, but no ships were logged in that quadrant, no submarines, no weather disturbances, nothing that could explain a harmonic signature with 5 simultaneous frequencies, each precisely tuned to a musical interval found in ancient Gregorian chant. The data was sent to acoustic analysts in Rome. They enhanced it, layered it, slowed it down. What emerged wasn't just song, it was structure, phrases, cadences, deliberate harmonic progressions that mirrored religious chant patterns dating back centuries. Someone, or something, was singing beneath the sea. A linguist on the Vatican's Acoustic Theology Committee reviewed the data. He made a quiet note in the margin of his report. Not praise, not lament, instruction. The Vatican never released the sound file publicly, but a copy was made, leaked to a researcher in southern France, who uploaded a filtered version to an obscure online archive under the name The Hollow Psalm. It was taken down within hours, but not before a dozen people downloaded it. One listener, a musicologist from Vienna, reported an unusual experience. He played the file on loop in his studio while studying its harmonic patterns. He reported that after 20 minutes the tones seemed to shift, not on the recording, but in the room itself. The air vibrated, not loud, not shaking, just present, like breath made of sound. He turned off the speaker. The tone remained. It faded after 17 seconds. He described it as the sound of someone listening to me from the other side of silence. More recordings followed, always at night, always from the same general region, no clear origin. The signals never repeated exactly, but they always shared a structure, slow, measured, harmonic, a choir with no language, no faces, no direction. Each signal began the same way, with a single note, held for 8 seconds, then silence, then voices, layered, woven, rising, then fading, as if answering something, or calling out to something that had not yet replied. In 2005, an oceanographer named Dr. Gianni Oldero led a private expedition to trace the acoustic signature. His team used a triangulation system to locate the strongest signal source. It led them to a submerged cavern, an underwater trench not mapped on any survey, sitting just west of the supposed location of the chapel in the abyss. They deployed a deep-sea microphone. At first nothing, then the signal returned. But this time there was something new, space, reverb, a resonance that suggested the sound wasn't just passing through the ocean, it was emerging from within a structure. The cavern was vast, possibly domed, but impossible to access. Pressure and terrain prevented further descent. Still, the microphones remained, and each night, the same phenomenon occurred. The song returned, just after midnight, for exactly 47 seconds, then silence. The sound has never been fully deciphered. Attempts to convert it into musical notation have yielded strange results. Some lines repeat without resolving, others descend into frequencies below human hearing. But one section, when slowed and transcribed, matched an existing chant, not word for word, not exact, but rhythmically and harmonically. It resembled the ancient introit for the Requiem Mass, the entrance prayer for the dead, but inverted, not ascending, descending, as if calling something down, or calling something home. Dr. Oldero's final report included a note. If this is music, it is not meant to be heard, it is meant to be remembered, like a lullaby sung by the sea to something still sleeping at the bottom. After that, he never returned to the site. Years later, another copy of the recording surfaced, slightly degraded but intact. A sound engineer, hired to restore it, reported that when played through analog equipment, the recording produced faint electromagnetic pulses, not harmful, but patterned, as if the song was also a signal, a code, a message, not just to ears, but to whatever might still be listening from the other side. One of the engineers offered this quiet thought: maybe it's not a choir. When asked what he meant, he explained, maybe it's one voice, layered through time, a recording made in echoes, played back again and again until someone finally hears it, a memory on loop, from something that doesn't forget, not out of grief, not out of longing, but out of duty. Because if there truly is a chapel beneath the ocean, if something built it, entered it, waited inside it, then perhaps it sings, not to be worshipped, but to be found. And in the deep places of the sea, where pressure crushes and silence reigns, perhaps that song is still rising, soft, unheard, but waiting, just like the choir that sang below. History forgets what it is told to forget. It leaves out footnotes, crosses out names, replaces confessions with cleaner stories. But sometimes, if you read far enough between the lines, you find traces of things that were never supposed to be remembered. In 1321, a monk named Ferrante of Amalfi was excommunicated for heresy. His writings, now considered lost, were said to describe visions of underwater sanctuaries, voices from beneath the waves, and what he called the last light before descent. What little remains of his records comes from a summary scribbled in the margins of a church inquisition transcript. It lists only 3 words under the charge of heresy: see, silence, obedience. For centuries the case was dismissed as madness, but hidden deep within the restricted archive of the Vatican, preserved in a box with no catalogue number, is a set of parchments signed only by a symbol, a double wave crossed by a single vertical line. The symbol doesn't appear in any official record, but across 3 of those parchments, the same phrase is written again and again: "We are not the first custodians." The documents belong to a group never formally recognized by the Church, an unnamed order. They referred to themselves only as Custodes Abyssi, translated loosely by archivists as the Order of the Abyss. They never claimed divine authority. They never claimed sainthood. In fact, their writings rarely mention God at all. Their texts describe something else entirely: guardianship, silence, vows made not to the heavens but to something below. Their founding date is unclear, but a single document mentions a solar eclipse that occurred in the year 1091. During that eclipse, according to their account, the original 12 members of the order knelt at the edge of a cliff near the western coast of Italy and recited a vow to protect the mouth of the silence from being disturbed. They weren't monks in the traditional sense. There are descriptions of their robes: black, simple, stitched with the same waveline symbol along the hem. They didn't reside in churches, but in subterranean chambers near the coast. Their most sacred site, according to one passage, was not on land but beneath the shore, where stone gives way to memory. They spoke of listening shifts, during which 2 members of the order would descend into a sealed chamber once per lunar cycle, remaining there for hours in silence, recording nothing, reporting nothing, simply listening. For what the texts never say, but one chilling line appears in multiple scrolls: "When the breath becomes rhythm, we return." This phrase was repeated so often, it appears to have become the order's motto, perhaps a coded way to acknowledge signs of change in whatever they were observing. The order was not numerous. Mentions suggest no more than 30 members at any time. Recruitment was rare. Only those who had heard the tide in stone were permitted to join. They practiced fasting, isolation, and ritual immersion in cold water. Their central ritual, described in the surviving pages of what appears to be a liturgical handbook, was called the descent. It involved a blindfolded walk along a corridor of unknown length, after which the initiate would kneel before an altar of dark stone, reach into a basin of salted water, and repeat a vow. The vow itself is written only once, on a page so fragile it is now preserved between glass plates. "I will not awaken what waits. I will not speak the names that sleep. I will stand watch until the tide claims me." It is unclear what happened to the order. No mention of them exists past the 1400s. But in 1907, a team of stoneworkers restoring a crypt beneath a coastal cathedral uncovered a sealed chamber, previously believed to be a collapsed storage tunnel. Inside were 7 stone stools arranged in a circle. At the center, a pedestal, and on that pedestal, a bowl made of blackened copper, filled with what appeared to be sea-salted wax. Etched into the walls, barely visible under centuries of soot, was the waveline symbol. The site was sealed again, and no report was published. But one of the workers, before the chamber was closed, copied the symbol into his notebook. That notebook was passed down to his grandson, who would later become a Vatican custodian. In 1978, the grandson found the same symbol carved into the underside of a lectern in one of the oldest wings of the Apostolic Archive. A carving no larger than a coin, the same wave, the same vertical line, the mark of the order, hidden, forgotten, but not erased, because some oaths echo even after those who swore them are gone. Some guardianship doesn't end, it only waits, and maybe, somewhere below the sea, in caverns mapped by no sonar, there is still a place where the order once knelt, where their final words still hang in the air, where something listens, quietly, to the silence they left behind. They were not priests, they were not prophets, they were keepers of something older than scripture, something that didn't need belief, only containment. And even now, as tides shift and signals rise, as echoes return from beneath the sea, there are those who believe the order never vanished, that their number remains 12, that their altar still stands, and that the vow once made never releases its hold. Because guardianship is not a title, it is a weight. A silence passed from hand to hand, and deep beneath the ocean's floor, beneath vaults of stone and layers of water, something still watches and waits to be awakened or remembered. There are relics you expect to find beneath the sea: Incas, coins, coral-choked statues, the skeletal ribs of ships long since swallowed. But some things don't belong there. Some things were never built to sink. Some things were meant to be worn, not buried. In 1972, off the coast of Gaeta, a group of amateur divers exploring a known Roman wreck site discovered something strange embedded in the seabed, a round metallic object caked in silt and barnacle crust, barely visible beneath a mat of seagrass. At first, they assumed it was a cooking vessel, or perhaps part of the ship's armory. But as they dug around it, the shape became clearer. It was a helmet, bronze or perhaps copper alloy, worn but intact, its surface smooth not by tools but by time. The divers retrieved it, brought it to the surface, and examined it on deck. The most immediate oddity was the shape. It didn't match any known Roman, Greek, or even medieval combat style. The faceplate was blank, no eye slits, no breathing holes, just a single seamless sheet of metal curving over the front. It had no ornamental crests, no ridged spine, no fastenings, and inside, lining the inner curve, was something else. Oil, clear, fragrant, and impossibly fresh. The divers were stunned. A liquid inside an ancient helmet, preserved under salt water, was not just unlikely. It was by most standards impossible. When tested later, the oil was found to have properties similar to olive oil, but with chemical markers not found in any modern or ancient variant. It was sterile, non-evaporating, and slightly luminous in darkness. Even more strangely, when the helmet was turned upside down, the oil did not pour out. It remained fixed, floating against gravity, as if resting within a separate space. The helmet was quietly turned over to a local university, who passed it along to an ecclesiastical historian with ties to the Vatican. Within weeks, it was collected by Vatican emissaries and transferred to a private facility outside Rome. No further public mention of the artifact was made, but stories began to circulate, rumors among those who worked in the archive, whispers in back hallways where no one ever raised their voice. The helmet was not unique. It was one of many, 7, to be exact. Over the span of 3 decades, similar artifacts had been recovered from unrelated sites across the Mediterranean, always near trench systems, always in regions with documented acoustic anomalies. Each helmet was slightly different in material and design, but all shared the same traits: no facial opening, no visible function, and always, the oil. Some of the oils glowed faintly in the dark, some shifted color with the temperature. One was said to remain perfectly still, even on a moving ship. These weren't relics of war, they were ceremonial, but not for human ceremony. One researcher, granted temporary access to the second helmet, made a sketch of a symbol etched on its interior. It was not visible to the naked eye, but appeared under filtered infrared light. The symbol resembled a drop of water surrounded by 12 circles. When overlaid on a map of known Vatican excavation points near submerged sites, the 12 circles matched the layout of the spires found beneath the sea, suggesting the helmets were not created in isolation, but in relation to a structure, perhaps for use within it, or by something that came from it. The researcher, a soft-spoken man named Luca Fabbri, proposed a theory in a private white paper sent to 3 colleagues. He believed the helmets were not protection, they were interface. He wrote, "These artifacts are not designed for vision, not for air. They're designed to seal the mind, not to block thought, but to direct it. The oil inside is not lubricant, it is memory. Memory," he argued, "can be stored, not just in language, but in vibration, in resonance, in fluid, and the oil, when worn close to the skull, might act not as an anointing for blessing, but as a bridge, a conductor of awareness." He theorized that when the helmet was placed on the head, the oil transmitted something, not information, not imagery, but presence. Luca's white paper never reached his peers. He vanished 3 weeks after mailing it. His apartment was found undisturbed. Only the sketch remained, folded neatly beneath his pillow. After that, mention of the helmet ceased. The Vatican, when asked by independent researchers, issued a short statement that no such items were held in their archive, but photographs still exist. One, taken in 1985 by a technician cataloging unexplained metalworks, shows a helmet with a deep green patina, resting in a foam cradle, surrounded by incense sticks and small handwritten slips of paper. Each slip bears a different phrase: hold your breath, do not echo, wait for the second name. No one knows what the phrases mean, but they suggest ritual, procedure, a sequence meant not for safety, but for containment. Another slip bears the phrase, if the oil shifts the gate opens. The meaning of the gate is unknown, but in one recovered testimony from a diver who reportedly found the third helmet, he described a moment of confusion underwater. As he approached the object, resting upright against a stone wall, he felt the pressure change, not externally, but inside his thoughts. He described it like remembering a dream he hadn't had yet. He said the moment he touched the helmet, he heard a whisper, not in the water, in his mind. One word: return. He brought the helmet to the surface. 2 days later, he fell into a coma. He awoke weeks later. He remembered nothing after the whisper, but when he was shown a drawing of the oil inside the helmet, he cried, not out of fear. He said it looked like the inside of silence. Years later, deep resonance imaging revealed that the base of each helmet contains a tiny cavity, no larger than a grape, lined with micro grooves. Not natural, not random. When mapped acoustically, the grooves form a tone, a single, constant pitch, audible only when pressed to the skull, as if the helmet sings, or listens, or both. Today the helmets are never displayed. They are said to rest in a sealed chamber, suspended in magnetic cradles to prevent interference. Each one is positioned exactly 12 degrees apart from the next, forming a circle. In the center of the circle is nothing, no light, no platform, just space. One Vatican archivist who was permitted to observe the room described it as a place where breath holds its shape. Another wrote only, I felt like a guest, not of the church, of something else, and it was waiting to speak. No one wears the helmets now. No one knows how, or what might answer, or what they were meant to contain. But some believe they are not relics, they are receivers, still listening, still waiting, still anointed not with oil, but with memory drawn from a time before water was called sea, before language, before thought, and maybe even now, deep below the chapel where the helmets rest, that memory waits to rise again. There are stories within the church that are told only in whispers, accounts not preserved in scripture or enshrined in stained glass, but carried instead in footnotes, oral fragments, and restricted scrolls, too fragile for public hands. Some speak of saints, others of sinners, and a few of something in between. In a disused section of the Vatican Library, 3 levels below ground, in a room known only by its registry code, V7A13, there exists a locked cabinet referred to informally by archivists as the Red Silence File. It contains exactly 27 folios, each one thin, each one bearing a wax seal that no longer holds. The pages inside do not describe miracles, they describe disappearances, not of places, not of objects, but of people. The first file dates back to 1589. A bishop stationed in a coastal town north of Naples recorded an event during a night vigil. A procession of 12 cloaked figures entered the sanctuary during the 4th hour, silent, barefoot, eyes closed. Each wore a silver band around their wrists. They moved in unison, knelt before the altar, and began to pray. They did not speak, they did not chant, they simply remained motionless. At dawn, when the attending priest returned to complete the morning rites, the sanctuary was empty. No footprints, no cloaks, no silver, just the faint outline of salt on the floor where the 12 had knelt. The bishop described the air as hollowed, not by absence but by refusal. No investigation followed, but a single note was added to the record. They bore no wounds, only absence. Bloodless, still, martyrs of silence. The phrase bloodless martyrs would appear again, nearly 2 centuries later, in a letter sent by a Jesuit scholar to his superior. The letter described a pattern of missing clergy along the western coast. Not fugitives, not casualties, simply men who vanished, leaving behind personal effects, but no trace of their bodies. The only commonality, each had been involved in an obscure Vatican project, focused on what the letter called deep resonance theology. Theology not of word or deed, but of place. of depth, of what one feels when entering a room where something has watched for too long. The scholar believed the martyrs were not killed. They were called, drawn into something below, something vast. He wrote they went willingly, without pain, as if remembering a vow they had not yet taken. The term bloodless was never defined, but a pattern emerged. In each case, the site where a person disappeared showed signs of extreme pressure, not structural collapse, but compression. Candles bent inward. Stone warped subtly, as if drawn from all sides toward a central point. One altar, documented in a now restricted photo from 1931, was found partially sunken into the marble beneath it, though no damage to the floor was visible. The altar cloth was untouched, but beneath it a folded note. 5 words. It does not forget names. The file was sealed, yet whispers continued. In 1958, a monk named Aurelius Caproni disappeared while transcribing one of the lost scrolls of Ferrante of Amalfi, a banned mystic whose writings spoke often of sea-borne consciousness and the tide that does not end. Caproni's final notation, scrawled into the margin of the scroll, read, "They are not punished, they are received." His habit was found draped over his desk chair. The scroll was warm to the touch. That same year, a new policy was enacted. No translator was allowed to work more than 4 hours per day on texts from the V7A series. No translator was to be left alone in the room, and if the translator paused, even for a moment, a second reader was required to take over. The reason: one scribe, after pausing mid-translation, had reportedly become unresponsive, mouth moving, but no sound emerging. When approached, his eyes did not blink. His heartbeat was normal, but when they asked what he was reciting, he whispered, "It is remembering me now." He never spoke again. Was he among the bloodless? Not technically. His body remained, but his self, his voice, his recognition, was gone, removed, as if harvested, or claimed. Some theorized these events were linked to the deep-sea vaults, that perhaps the same force which lingered beneath the ocean, the presence whispered of in unmarked chapels and sealed tunnels, was not always stationary, that it called upward, or extended itself, or waited for its names to return. Because each recorded disappearance had one strange commonality: every person lost had at some point studied a single word found in an untranslatable page within the Sanctum Profundum scrolls. That word, rendered phonetically, was Asariel. No translation exists, but when spoken aloud, several researchers claimed to feel pressure in their ears, a low hum in the bones behind their eyes, like something ancient shifting in response. The Vatican prohibited its utterance, even silently, especially silently. One cardinal, in a restricted briefing, described the word as a resonance key, not meant for locks but for memory. He said the bloodless martyrs were not taken, they were collected. Because perhaps, below the Vatican, beneath the seafloor vaults, through the mirrored fonts and spiral tunnels, there exists something that catalogues not souls but echoes, not sins, but silence. And when a silence grows strong enough, it calls home what was once lost, even if it walks on 2 legs, even if it carries a name, even if it believes itself free. One surviving witness, a custodian at the Basilica, once described seeing a figure leave during a mass at dawn. They were not dressed in robes. They wore no shoes. They left no shadow. But as they passed the holy water font, the surface of the water stilled, not rippled, stilled, as if the air around them drew breath, and held it, and the custodian, watching, swore he heard something not with his ears, but in the space behind sound. It said, "I am not returning, I am resuming." The bloodless martyrs leave no graves, no funeral rites, but their absence remains, carved into the memory of stone, etched in the places where the sea once touched the earth, and never forgot. Their sacrifice is not written, it is felt, and some believe they still walk, not among us but below us, listening, waiting. Echoes, dressed in what once was flesh, called back to a silence deeper than prayer, a silence that remembers every name it has ever heard, especially the ones whispered in fear. There is a level beneath the Vatican few know exists, not a floor, not a basement, a void, carved long ago, covered, then forgotten. At least officially, it lies below the catacombs, below the bones of saints and sinners alike, a place untouched by blessing or record. They call it the Hollow. No map marks it, no guidebook mentions it, but its presence is felt in certain rooms, in the coldest corners of the archive, in the tremor beneath stone that shouldn't shift, in the silence that sometimes falls without warning. It began with a crack. In 1969, a preservation team restoring wall frescoes in the underground necropolis beneath St. Peter's Basilica noticed a structural fracture spreading across the northern corridor, a hairline split, no wider than a fingernail, but deep, oddly deep. Sounding tests showed no solid foundation beneath the crack, only echo. It was as if the ground ended. The Vatican launched a quiet investigation. Only 5 men were assigned, 2 engineers, 2 clergy, and 1 archivist with clearance to interpret ancient building records. They worked at night, beneath prayers, beneath footsteps. The crack grew. Eventually they removed a section of the floor. Below it was not dirt, not rubble, but stairs. 16 steps curved in a spiral, leading downward. Stone not Roman, not Gothic, older, the kind of stone that hasn't been cut, only shaped, smoothed by touch over centuries. No one remembers. The team descended. At the bottom they found a door, no hinges, no handle, just a slab. It opened without force, no creak, no sound. Inside was the vault, a chamber 30 feet wide, perfectly circular. The walls were lined with bones, but not stacked like a catacomb, suspended, embedded in the stone, thousands of them, each bone placed with precision, forming concentric rings along the wall from floor to ceiling. Skulls, femurs, hands, spines, all arranged with anatomical intention, not for burial, for display, a design. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, plain, round, stone, empty. No inscriptions, no candle soot, no dust, just emptiness. One of the priests knelt to pray. He did not rise. He did not speak. He only reached out, touched the edge of the pedestal, and whispered, "It remembers me." When they pulled him back, his fingers bled, not from injury, from pressure, as if something had pushed back from within the stone. The room was sealed the next day. But the archivist, the one who interpreted records, found something before the door closed again. A fragment, buried in a wall scroll dated 1127, a single line of script hidden beneath ink palimpsest. It read, "Do not build above the mouth. If it breathes, the dead remember their shape." No explanation, but the message was clear. The vault wasn't a tomb, it was a memory device, a container, not for bones, for identity, for the remnants of self too stubborn to dissolve. They called them the unnamed, souls who never passed, not because they were unworthy, because they were anchored, by names not spoken, by prayers never given, by promises broken. Some say the bones in the walls don't belong to martyrs, they belong to watchers, those who stood too close to the boundary, those who heard too much, saw too much, felt the shape of silence curling upward from the deep. They were not killed, they were kept. The pedestal, according to a classified document marked V. Benning 79, was not the original center of the room. It was added later, to cover something else. A grate, metal, circular, etched with the spiral crown, a symbol seen only in forbidden texts. One engineer documented vibrations from beneath the grate, slow pulses, frequencies so low they blurred the edges of sound, like the growl of a cathedral collapsing in reverse. 1 every hour, 4 pulses, then stillness. The pulses came back nightly, always in sets of 4, always from beneath the bones. Eventually the Vatican cemented the entire stairwell. They declared the crack structurally resolved. They never reopened the vault, but one priest returned before it closed, just once. He brought with him a relic, a vial of seawater from the coast of Civitavecchia. He poured it onto the pedestal. It didn't spill, it stayed in place, floating in a perfect sphere, rotating, and then he heard it. A word, not aloud, but in his chest, like breath spoken backward, a name, his own. He died 3 days later, not in pain, not in fear, just gone, eyes open, heart still, no trauma, only silence. His final note, written in the margin of a personal psalm, read, "It calls gently, as if I left something behind." The vault remains sealed, but sometimes, just before dawn, the walls above it hum. Not always, only when the tide is highest, only when no one is singing, only when the names of the dead go unspoken for too long. And on those nights, if you place your hand on the stone above that buried chamber, it feels warm, as if the bones beneath remember what it was to live, and wait, still for the moment they are asked to rise again, not with blood, not with form, but with memory. And when that memory returns, it will not knock, it will enter, it will resume. Because the vault beneath the bones was never empty, it was listening. There is a structure spoken of only in the margins, not in scripture, not in sermons, but in passing, referenced briefly, obliquely, with phrases that feel borrowed from dreams. The sinking basilica, the silent sanctuary, the church that fled the land. Most who heard the phrases assumed they were metaphors, parables, visions shared among monks who'd stared too long into candles or knelt too long in silence. But deep in the restricted Vatican archive, in a folder marked Sub-Basilica, Omega, there is a record. It contains 5 pages. No author listed, no date. The first page is a map, a crude one, hand-drawn in charcoal, wrinkled, water-stained. It shows a coastline that matches no modern geography, but the latitude and longitude, faintly penciled in the corner, trace to a spot west of Italy. Deep water, no islands. The center of the map is circled, next to it a single word, below. The second page describes a storm in 1667. No city listed, only coordinates. The account told by a merchant ship's first mate speaks of clear skies that shook with thunder no cloud could explain, of water that rose in straight lines, of a pressure so thick even breath had weight. They saw a structure in the sea. It didn't breach the surface, not entirely, only its spires, tall, stone, cross-tipped, like the top of a church, vanishing downward, as if the ocean was pulling it in gently, not with force but invitation. One sailor claimed to see glass windows under the waves, lit from within. He said they flickered like candles. He said he heard music, not from the ship, from the sea. No one believed him. But later, when they docked, his ears bled. The third page is a sketch. It shows a basilica, arched, domed, cruciform, but wrong. The proportions are off. The columns are too thin. The walls curve inward, like ribs. The dome is flat, with no oculus, only a spiral etched into the top, ending in a hollow point. The note below reads, "Designed not to be entered, designed to be heard." This wasn't a church built for prayer. It was built for resonance, for listening, or for answering something that called. The fourth page details a dream. A monk, name unknown, records waking each night to the same image, a chapel under glass. Peering in, he sees pews, an altar, a choir of statues frozen mid-hymn. But in the dream, the chapel isn't underwater, it's inside him. The walls are his ribs, the altar is his spine, and when he opens his mouth to scream, water pours out. He writes, "I do not drown, I empty," and still it waits, beneath everything. He died in his sleep 3 days later. The final page is blank, until you tilt it under light. There, faintly embossed in the parchment, is a phrase, "It sank not because it broke, it sank because it remembered what it was built to do." That would be the end of the story, if not for one more account. In 2008, a deep-sea survey team working with a European oil consortium mapped an unmapped trench west of Sardinia. At 1,600 meters, their sonar returned an anomaly, symmetrical ridges. The lead technician, curious, ran a side scan. It revealed angles, arches, domes, the shape of a cross. Not natural, not recent, a structure, resting perfectly aligned with true north. They sent a drone. What it captured would never be published, but the technician leaked 3 stills before resigning. Each shows stonework pitted with algae, but whole, glass set into iron frames. A doorway sealed in coral, and above it, a carving, an eye, encircled by 12 stars. One marine archaeologist, when shown the image, said only, "It's not Roman, it's not Christian, it's older, it only looks like a basilica, because we've forgotten what these places used to mean." They believed they had discovered a myth, until the Vatican claimed jurisdiction. Within a month, the area was closed under maritime security protocol. The trench was reclassified. No future dives were permitted, but the divers who glimpsed it, those few who saw it with their own eyes, describe a feeling they haven't forgotten. It wasn't awe, it wasn't fear, it was recognition, like finding a place you hadn't known you'd been to before, like stepping into a memory that doesn't belong to you, but welcomes you anyway. And the most unsettling part, the structure isn't resting on the seabed, it's embedded, as if it didn't fall, as if the sea opened to take it in. And the trench deep, narrow, curved almost like a socket, a space made not by accident, but in preparation. the basilica that sank itself wasn't lost. It returned to where it began, to where it belonged, because maybe it was never built for the surface, maybe it never belonged to faith, maybe it was always an instrument, a conduit, a body for sound, for something that doesn't pray, but listens, and waits, and one day will rise, not with force, but with memory, with echo, with water, and inside it we will not find God, we will find reflection, the part of us that remembers where we came from, and what we were made to hold. And when that basilica rises again, the sea will not resist, it will part, it will make room, because the sea never forgot, only we did. There is a sound that sometimes echoes over the Tyrrhenian Sea, just before dawn, when the mist lies thickest on the water, and the horizon erases itself. It doesn't come from shore, it doesn't come from any known vessel, it's a bell, one single note, then another, low, heavy, old, it rings only in threes, then silence, then the sea returns to itself. Fishermen have reported hearing it for decades, always at the same hour, always in the same area. A 3-mile radius between the coastlines of Civitavecchia, Santa Marinella, and the edge of a submerged trench that appears on no modern maps. Naval authorities chalk it up to sonar glitches, metal fatigue in wreckage, or atmospheric tricks. But those who know the sea, who live by it, breathe by it, don't agree. They say the bell doesn't sound like metal, it sounds like memory. In 1976, a research vessel deployed by an oceanic acoustics lab out of Genoa recorded the tone while monitoring tectonic resonance near the coastal shelf. The sound signature was unexpected, neither natural nor mechanical. The frequency was 53.47 Hz, placing it just above the threshold of human speech and squarely in the harmonic range of pre-modern cathedral bells. But the recording revealed more than just the bell. There were harmonics, echoes within the tone, not reverberations, layers, like the bell had rung from within a chamber, not open air, but stone, sealed tight, and resonating through walls. When slowed, the echoes formed intervals, perfect fifths and minor thirds. Musical relationships not found in nature, but intentionally constructed. Someone, or something had designed the sound, not just for hearing, for feeling. The team, confused, traced the source using directional hydrophones. The signal pointed down, straight into the trench. But here's the part they couldn't explain. The bell didn't get louder as they approached. It stayed the same volume, even directly above the coordinates, as if the sound wasn't traveling through water. It was arriving from somewhere else. An archivist from the Vatican brought in to advise, recognized something familiar. He recalled a passage in a banned 16th century theological treatise titled Silence Before the Tithe, which spoke of the tolling that calls not the living, nor the dead, but the remembered. In it, the author, anonymous, but speculated to be a monk exiled from Spain, describes a bell whose sound falls upward, a bell that rings not to summon, but to return, to awaken something buried beneath the sea. The bell, according to the text, never left the tower. It was the tower that left the land. This would have been dismissed as religious metaphor if not for the diver. In 1984, a retired naval officer named Pietro Leone privately funded an exploratory dive near the bell's origin. He brought no crew, just sonar gear, and a tethered depth sled equipped with a simple acoustic array and camera. The descent was uneventful, until 720 meters. The camera began to glitch, not violently, subtly, a flicker, a frame repeating, then static, then an image. It lasted less than a second. A shape, vertical, rounded, metallic, not a submarine, not a geological formation. It looked like a belfry, just the top, crossed beams, heavily corroded, draped in what seemed to be seaweed. But behind the strands motionless in the current, hung a bell, large, simple, and intact. Its surface was etched with spiral lines radiating from the base. One symbol was visible, a single circle surrounded by 11 others, the same icon seen in other submerged relics. Then the feed cut. The array returned 3 hours later, undamaged but without its recording drive. Pietro never dove again, but he wrote a journal. In it, he described a recurring dream. He's standing in a stone corridor. The walls are wet. A bell is tolling 3 times. Each time he feels something tighten behind his eyes. On the third toll, the walls around him begin to breathe. He wakes up screaming. In the final page of the journal, he writes, "It wasn't warning us, it was remembering how." He died in 1986 of unexplained neurological failure. His autopsy revealed abnormal scarring in the auditory cortex, like he had heard something that rewired his brain. The Vatican became involved again in 1991. A high-level task force labeled Project Benediction was assembled, ostensibly to monitor submerged anomaly zones, but their true purpose was more specific: to track the bell. A recovered memo from that time reads 3 tolls, always 3, never 2, never 4. Pattern suggests invitation, not location. This phrase, invitation, not location, appeared in multiple internal memos over the next decade. What was the invitation? No one knew. But one theory proposed by an internal Vatican cryptographer was chilling. If the bell is not marking where, then it is marking when. A schedule, a cycle, a reminder. The bell, they argued, was not signaling us. It was signaling itself, or what sleeps below. A sonic trigger, a pulse designed not for attention but activation, not for prayer but for process. Further investigation revealed something more disturbing. In old monastic blueprints from the 1400s, several abbeys were designed with bell towers of precisely 53.47 Hz tuning. Rare, difficult to achieve with the materials of the time. The bells were too large for small congregations, too resonant for simple services. They matched the signature from the sea, and many of these abbeys were later destroyed, sealed, or lost to flood or fire. One was built above a saltwater spring, another above an underground cave, all gone, all erased, as if the sound had drawn something, or returned something. In 2003, a hydroacoustic array recorded the clearest bell tone to date, 3 tolls. Then 20 seconds later, another sound, not a tone, a voice, but not words, something like breath shaped into intent, a downward exhale that carried weight. The technicians described it as a name but without language. It wasn't speaking, it was signing itself, declaring presence, reclaiming space. And on the sonar feed, the sea around the trench shimmered, not physically, but resonantly. The water sang for 1 full minute, in harmonic intervals impossible for natural currents. Then it stopped, and everything went silent. The silence lasted 9 hours. No marine life, no movement, just stillness. A weight in the water that didn't pass, like something was waiting. The Vatican declared the area off limits. They called it a resonance hazard zone, but locals had already given it a name. They called it the hush, where the sea forgets to make sound, where fish don't swim, where radios distort. And once every few weeks the bell rings, 3 times, always 3, always from nowhere. Some believe the bell is part of a larger system, not a church, not a warning, but a doorbell, a mechanism built to resonate across stone and water, to open what was sealed, or to close it again. A system designed not by man, but inherited from something that knew how sound shaped space, how vibration carves through memory, how silence is not the absence of sound but its preparation. And somewhere beneath the waves, beneath the trench, and its vaults, and its spirals, and its mirrors, and its oil, and its breathless stone, something is keeping time, not in years, not in days, in rings, 3 at a time, each one pulling memory forward, each one closer to the next. And when the final ring falls, it won't be heard, it will be felt, everywhere, at once. There is a room beneath the Vatican that doesn't show up on any modern blueprint. It is not accessed by keys or codes, nor does it bear any name. Its walls are stone, but not carved. They seem instead to have formed themselves around something. You would not notice the chamber if you passed it. Its presence does not demand attention, it waits, and inside it is a staircase. There are 12 stairs. They do not spiral. They do not descend into a shaft. They simply drop away, flat, precise, 1 step at a time, each one deeper than the last, each one slightly darker. There are no railings, no markings. The steps look perfectly ordinary at first, but the deeper you go, the less you carry with you. The first stair takes your sense of time. You don't notice it immediately. There's just a small pause, where your thoughts begin to feel slower, as if you've left your watch in another room. You might check your phone, only to find it no longer displays numbers, just static, or silence. Then you take another step. The second stair removes your orientation. Up and down begin to blur. You feel like you're walking at a slant, though the ground is perfectly level. The weight behind your eyes shifts. The soles of your feet begin to lose sensation. You might try to go back. Most do. But the moment your foot touches the third stair, your name disappears, not from the world. From you, you still exist. You still breathe, but you cannot recall how people call you. And more importantly, it no longer matters. The concept of a name feels clumsy, like trying to describe the color blue to someone who sees only sound. The silence on the stair is total, not quiet, hollow, as if sound no longer belongs. The fourth stair takes your voice. You try to call out, nothing comes, not because your throat is blocked, but because the very idea of forming a word collapses. You can remember language, just barely, what it feels like something borrowed. Each thought becomes internal. The more you try to shout, the more your breath folds inward. By the fifth stair, you begin to forget what brought you here, why you entered, who sent you, whether it was curiosity or instruction, whether there was a time before this room. The steps stretch out behind you, but they do not offer return. You remember the first few steps dimly. Like dreams, faces lose definition. Events feel submerged. There's only the stair beneath you and the next one in front. On the sixth stair, your memories begin to reshuffle, not disappear, reshape. Things that mattered, loves, griefs, old photographs, the scent of dust on a book, begin to feel fictional. Meanwhile, strange thoughts enter. You begin to remember things you've never seen. A stone basin filled with breathing water, a voice speaking backward inside a bell, a city underwater where the buildings blink. The seventh stair lets you feel the weight of what lies below. It is not fear, it is not dread, it is recognition, as if something is beneath you, enormous and coiled, not moving but waiting. It is patient, it is ancient, it is not angry, but it is aware of you. It does not beckon, it does not breathe. It simply allows you to keep descending, one step at a time. On the eighth stair, your identity peels. You feel it shed, like skin slipping from a snake. You no longer know if you are male or female, old or young, devout or heretic. You are simply a shape with awareness, thought without anchor, motion without context. Some attempt to hold on to prayer at this point. Others hum songs from childhood, but all sound breaks here. All habits dissolve. There is only the next stair. The ninth is thin. Horrifically, it is no narrower than the rest, but stepping onto it feels like crossing a thread. The air becomes dense, thick like syrup, though your lungs keep moving. Your heart beats. You begin to hear echoes again, but they are not yours. Footsteps behind you, despite walking alone. A breath from above, and underneath it all, a sound that isn't quite a sound. A name you almost remember hearing in a dream, long before you were born. The 10th stair reflects nothing. You cannot see your hands. You cannot hear your heart beat. The stone below you is cold, but offers no texture. You begin to feel like the world has folded flat. Forward and backward lose meaning. Some have said this is the moment where the stairs begin to remember you in return. To where the act of walking is no longer yours alone, but shared. The 11th stair is soft. It feels like stepping into cloth, or fog, or thought itself. Nothing is solid. Even your own presence begins to blur. There is something near you now, not behind or in front, but beside, walking with you. It does not touch. It does not speak, but you know it is you, or perhaps what you will become. And then the 12th, the final stair. Few reach it. Most who do never speak of what lies beyond. The few documents that exist, scattered notes, recovered phrases, unfiled observations, suggest that the 12th stair does not descend into a room, but into recognition, not enlightenment, not death, recognition that what you are is not what you were, that this descent is not new, that you have walked these stairs before, that you were once what waits below, and in stepping forward, you are not meeting something, you are returning, and something else is waking inside you, not a demon, not a god, just memory, old complete, without mercy or malice, without voice, only presence. The 12th stair does not take anything from you, it gives it back. Everything, all the thoughts you buried, all the shapes you wore, all the silence you once swam through like water before you had lungs. And when you reach that final step, you don't fall, you don't land, you unfold, you become it. The room beneath the stairs does not echo, it does not end, it devore. There is no light, no chamber, you just presence, and the echo of your footstep, expanding outward through time, across the bones of every church ever built, up the bells and through the domes, through the voices of monks who do not know why they tremble at midnight. It be because The staircase is not buried. It is inside the Vatican. It is inside you, a descent that happens whenever silence is deep enough. And when the final stair is remembered, it begins again. There is a place in the Tyrrhenian Sea where water forgets how to move. It lies beyond the last known ridges of the continental shelf, in a trench not marked on official maps, beneath the currents that sweep along Italy's western coast. No fish pass over it. No coral clings to the sides. The water above it is cold, still, and unnaturally clear. Mariners refer to it in hushed tones. They call it a dead channel, a cold mirror. The Vatican calls it by a different name: the vaults of the silent tide. The existence of the vaults was first hinted at in a letter dated 1853, sealed within the private archives of a coastal cathedral. The author, a Benedictine monk stationed at a maritime observation post, described a regular tidal anomaly, a subtle rise and fall in sea level not aligned with lunar cycles. He recorded that every 9th day at exactly 3:03 a.m., the tide near a particular point would rise by a ½ inch and then fall away within 10 minutes. He wrote of this not as a curiosity, but as a pattern, a breath. Years later, in 1971, a sonar mapping expedition conducted by a private geological research team captured strange returns in the same area. Beneath a flat seabed, their scans revealed enormous right angles, repeating corridors, structural voids shaped like cathedrals turned inside out. At first, they believed it to be an error, a fault in the data, but further analysis confirmed it. Beneath the trench floor was something man-made, or something so precisely organized it could not be natural. The formation was shaped like a labyrinth, with repeating segments stretching outward in a radial pattern, vaults folding around a central point, like petals around an unseen flower. They sent down a drone. It returned silent. The equipment showed no damage. The cameras recorded no visuals, but the hard drive came back hot to the touch, not overheated, warm like something had held it. They tried again. This time they received data, slow flickering visuals, a curved corridor 20 feet wide, lined with columns spaced at equal intervals. There were no carvings, no inscriptions. The architecture resembled no culture. The floor was smooth. The water inside remained motionless. At the far end of the corridor stood a door, round, featureless, closed. The drone stopped responding as it approached. Its last frame showed the door beginning to shimmer, not open, not vibrate. Shimmer, like heat in the air. Then the screen went dark. That footage was never released, but the coordinates were passed to the Vatican. They initiated Project Dormians, a deep-sea survey designed to map what lay below. On board the first Vatican-led mission was a former Jesuit scholar turned physicist, Father Lorenzo Biaggi. In a report now stored in the classified section of the Apostolic Archive, he described their descent. He wrote, "We did not feel the pressure increase. We felt weight, not on the vessel, on the soul. The water grew heavier, the silence became dense, not even the hull creaked. As they approached the vault's perimeter, the sea became strangely illuminated. Not by light, by contrast, shapes emerged. Not shadows, negative space, like something beneath them was defining its own edges by resisting the world around it. They hovered above what they believed was the main access point, a circular dome structure covered in sediment. Their sonar failed, their lights dimmed, but one signal remained active, an acoustic pulse from beneath the dome, repeating at exact intervals, 12 seconds apart. 12 beats, then silence, then again. The team recorded the frequency. It resembled no natural geological rhythm. It was musical, a slow metronome, perfectly steady, like a clock not measuring time, but presence. A diver was sent down. His name was Matteo. He descended with a camera and a sealed data recorder. He was never recovered, but the data recorder floated back to the surface, still sealed. 26 minutes later, the footage is restricted, but according to declassified transcripts, this is what he saw. A dome made not of stone, but of something smoother, not metal, not plastic, a substance like dried skin and marble pressed together. The surface breathed, not visibly, but when the diver placed his hand near it, the pressure on his fingertips changed, like something inside was reacting. He circled the dome, found no seams, no doors, just columns leading downward, forming an open corridor into blackness. He followed it. The passage led him into a chamber, a hall, lined on both sides by recessed alcoves. Inside each one, a shape, covered. He described them as statues wrapped in shrouds, but the fabric did not move in the current, because there was no current. Each shape stood upright, facing forward, silent. There were 12, all of identical height, 7 feet, unmoving. He did not speak, but his heartbeat increased. The chamber vibrated in response. Then he reached the end, a second dome. Inside it, a single pedestal. On top, a bowl, empty, but something about it shimmered. He said he could hear it ringing, not with sound, but with memory, like something in his mind was vibrating, not painfully, just enough to call his attention. He knelt beside it, and then the footage ends, not with distortion, but with stillness. A total stop. The video cuts to black and stays there. The next frame shows open water. The data recorder disconnects. 26 minutes total. Matteo was never seen again. His final log entry, transcribed from his dive pad, read, "It's not a vault, it's a throat." The Vatican closed the site the following week. They declared the area geologically unstable. They banned research, but satellites still show the outline beneath the water, and every 9th day the tide still rises, by 1/2 inch, then recedes, like something deep below is remembering how to breathe, or waiting to finish doing so. And in the silence above the trench, fishermen still report strange sensations. They say the water feels heavy. Hetere hymns without sound. One reported seeing ripples where there was no wind. Another claimed his compass spun once every 12 seconds. The vaults are not ruins. They are not temples. They are not machines. They are holding something, not a prisoner, not a god, a memory, alive, intact. Hetere hymns slow. It does not beat. It does not pulse. It waits. The vaults are its lungs, its ribs, its cathedral, its echo. One diver described it best. He said, "It isn't watching us, it's remembering us. Because when the vaults open again, they will not call upward. They will not release what they contain. They will allow it to rise. And when it does, the tide will not rush. The bells will not ring. There will be no tremor, no flash, only silence. Returning, and the world for a moment will remember what it once buried, and what it always feared would wake." There is a story that passes through the lesser corridors of the Vatican, never spoken in the open, never written in the margins of scripture. It is the story of a flame that does not burn, a candle without wick, or wax, or light. They call it lux inversa, the inverted light. The candle is never shown, it appears in no photos, it casts no shadow. But those who have seen it claim they cannot forget where it stood, even though they cannot describe what it looked like. They say the memory of its presence lingers longer than the sight of the thing itself. The first known mention of the lightless candle appears in a sealed correspondence between 2 abbots dated 1714. The letter is brief, 1 sentence. "I saw it today. It was not lit, but everything around it grew dim." The abbot never sent another message. His monastery was destroyed in a fire the following spring. No bodies were found in the rubble. No cause of ignition was ever confirmed. But within a charred book discovered in the debris, there was a faint outline drawn in ash, a single vertical shape, a tear with no flame. In the decades that followed, stories of the candle surfaced rarely, but always with the same characteristics. It was not warm, it did not smoke, it offered no glow, but where it stood, shadows bent, not sharply, gently, as if yielding to a gravity deeper than light. In 1882, a Jesuit mathematician working in the deep vaults beneath the Vatican described a room that had become consistently less visible over a period of weeks. Not darker, less visible. Objects faded at the edges. Reflections ceased. Mirrors turned pale. Eventually, the light in the room seemed to hang in place, unmoving, and at the center of this room was a box. Inside the box was the candle. It was small, smooth, stone or clay, unmarked. When touched, it remained cold. When struck, it made no sound. But when placed on any surface, the surrounding area lost its luminescence. The scholar recorded that he could no longer read the labels on the shelves, not because they were blacked out, because they were no longer there. The words still existed, but they had become inaccessible, as if they had been paused. The man documented his findings in a 10-page report. Only 2 pages remain. One of them is blank. the other contains a single passage. It does not hide things. It reminds them how to be hidden. He vanished a month later. His quarters were found untouched. His candle, gone. Some claim the candle is not a single object, that there are more, that they are not artifacts, but phenomena, manifestations of something deeper that enters the world only in quiet places. One text recovered from a submerged reliquary speaks of the flame that waits beneath sight. Another, written in Middle French, references l'ombre devant la lumière, the shadow before the light. In 1946, a chamber was uncovered beneath a collapsed monastery in northern Italy. Inside was a table, on it, 12 seats, and at the center, a holder, empty.
The room was perfectly preserved.
No rot, no dust, no decay. The candles on the wall had never melted, but none had been lit, and at the center of the table, a circle of faded color remained on the stone, as if something had pressed down with weight, not made of matter. When a priest entered the chamber, he stood motionless for 32 minutes. Later, he recalled no sensation of time passing. He said the silence had shape. He said he felt observed not with eyes, but with memory. When he was asked what he had seen, he wept and said, "It was not showing me darkness. It was showing me the pieces of myself that light will never touch." He never entered the chamber again. The room was sealed, but not with stone, with glass. Thick, curved, reflective from the outside. No light was ever installed inside the chamber. It remains visible, but always dim. The table still stands. The circle still rests in the middle, waiting, not absent, just paused. In the 1960s, rumors emerged of a Vatican attempt to study the candle's properties under controlled conditions. A sub-basement laboratory was outfitted with 24 synchronized cameras, each angled toward a central pedestal. A small featureless object was placed on the pedestal. The lights remained on. For 72 hours, nothing changed. Then at the stroke of midnight on the third day, all 24 cameras recorded a single lost frame. One frame, gone. The lights in the room never flickered. The power never dipped. But all video records skipped simultaneously. Afterward, one camera began capturing partial reflections, shadows that should not exist, not cast by any object, just outlines, like someone had been standing between the pedestal and the lens, and moved, slowly. One technician described the interference as the shape of silence deciding where to rest. All video footage was locked away. The lab was quietly decommissioned, but the pedestal was not removed, and the room remains. Today, it is referred to as Chamber Nocturna. It is lit at all hours, but the corners have never been fully illuminated. The edges of the walls shift slightly, not visibly, but acoustically. Sound tests reveal fluctuations in echo depth, as if the space is changing shape from time to time, always at night, always just before the hour turns. One guard assigned to the chamber quit after 2 nights. He refused to say why, but his final log entry read, "It remembered that I had once tried to forget," and beside the note was a drawing, rough, charcoal on parchment, a candle, upright, with a flame drawn not above it, but beneath it, inverted, reaching downward. When turned upside down, the flame resembles a drop of ink falling toward a mirror, or a tongue, reaching into water. Theories abound. Some believe the candle is not a source of energy, but a suppression of it, that it does not project anything, but instead consumes reflection, not visually, cognitively. It removes context, and in doing so, renders things invisible, not because they are gone, but because you no longer understand how to look at them. Others say the candle is an anchor point, a spiritual pivot, a place where the boundary between knowing and unknowing wears thin, that in its presence, everything that relies on certainty begins to collapse, not violently, softly, like breath slowing before sleep. There are even those who believe the candle is not an object at all, that it is an idea, thought so old it began to harden, so heavy it folded inward, and so quiet it learned to extinguish light without force, because light in the end is memory, and memory can be reversed. One theologian once wrote, "God said let there be light, but something else said let there be forgetting." Perhaps the lightless candle was that voice, not to destroy, not to deceive, but to allow things to slip back into silence, because silence has weight, and that weight must be stored, somewhere. Some believe the candle is that somewhere, a holding place, a pause, the blink between thoughts, a place where all the light that is not used returns to wait, and if you stand before it long enough, you may begin to see not the world but the shape the world leaves behind when it stops being noticed. A hallway without walls, a breath without lungs, a prayer without sound. The Vatican no longer speaks of the candle, but its presence is still acknowledged. Every so often, a single room in the archives is closed for exactly 1 hour. No reason is given, no noise is heard, but afterward, the light in that room takes longer to return, as if it had gone somewhere else, to visit something it once feared, or to remind something that it is still remembered. The lightless candle does not burn, it does not glow, it does not go out, it does not go out, it simply waits, and when it is noticed, the world grows just a little quieter, and in that quiet we remember how much of what we see is not ours, it is borrowed, and one day the light will go back to where it came from, and the candle will remain, still, upright, silent, holding everything we tried to forget. In a lesser vault of the Vatican Library, behind a door labeled only with a Roman numeral and no corresponding catalogue entry, lies a case marked 197. It is old, unadorned, and silent. No official saint's name is etched upon it. Inside, there is no reliquary, no fragments of bone or cloth, only a single photograph, an unbound scroll, and a black ribbon. There is no record of when the case was added, nor who filed it. What makes this case unique, however, is not its lack of identification, but that it has never been removed, edited, or reclassified in over 200 years. Because the subject of the file is not a saint by title, but by effect. He is known in whispers, in footnotes, in undocumented sightings that stretch back over 1,000 years. They call him the saint who never died. He is never named. No canonization has been recorded, no beatification, and yet, across time and geography, in monasteries, forgotten towns and buried ruins, his image, always faceless, emerges, not in paintings, not in icons, in written reports, in sudden, unexplained healings, in moments when disaster halts without reason, and in places where no one remembers opening the doors. Yet signs of visitation remain. The earliest known appearance is traced to a monastery in 985 AD. In the mountains outside Amalfi, a fire had consumed the scriptorium, and a monk reported seeing a man walking through the blaze, untouched, not running, walking. When the flames receded, the walls had been blackened, the scrolls had burned, but the central altar remained pristine. A small bowl of oil, used for anointing, had been moved from one side to the other. The abbot questioned every surviving monk. No one had touched it. No one had seen the figure's face, but all described him the same way: barefoot, hooded, tall, and silent. He does not speak. He never has. In 1311, a plague struck a coastal abbey near Genoa. Dozens died. One brother, confined in his fever, claimed to have seen a figure walking between the infirmary cots at dusk. He was not a doctor. He carried no tools. He touched no one. But where he passed, the moaning stopped, not because pain was cured, but because fear was eased. The monk wrote, "It was as if the room itself became aware of its own breath and chose to hold it." He was seen next in 1489, not in Italy, but in Lithuania. A remote chapel had collapsed during a storm. Survivors said the bell rang only once before the roof caved. Among the wreckage, no one could explain how a wooden cross had been placed upright atop the broken altar, or how a trail of wet footprints, unshod and narrow, had appeared in the aisle and vanished at the nave's edge. Always walking, never fleeing, he does not linger, he passes through. In the 1600s, a bishop in Avignon recorded a strange encounter. During a private mass, he saw a man kneeling at the back of the cathedral. The man had not come through the doors. The bishop had locked them himself, yet there he was, unmoving. After communion, the bishop approached. He placed a hand on the figure's shoulder and said, "My son, what do you seek?" The man rose, turned, and looked directly at him. The bishop fell to his knees, though he never explained why. He wrote later, "I was not overcome with holiness, nor dread. I was overcome with recognition, as though my soul remembered him from a time before my birth." The Vatican received the bishop's letter 2 weeks later. He died in his sleep the same night. It arrived. The case in the vault includes that letter. It is written in steady hand, but one line has been underlined in faint red pencil by a later reader. I fear we are the dream, and he is what wakes when we go quiet. The only known photograph believed to contain the saint who never died was taken in 1904 by a cartographer mapping coastal erosion near Sicily. The image is overexposed, printed on cloth-backed stock. It shows a narrow path through marshland, half submerged in tidal water. At the center, a shape, blurred, tall, walking away. No reflection, no disturbance in the puddles beneath him, just motion, stillness wrapped around a figure that was never seen again. The Vatican requested the negative. The cartographer, not Catholic, refused. He wrote back, "If he walked through the world to stop what should not be, then I would be a fool to interfere." That letter is also preserved in file 197. Some believe he is not human, not angelic, that he is a manifestation of something older, perhaps, an intention made flesh, not to preach, not to convert, but to correct. To balance the ledgers when the weight of memory becomes too much for the earth to bear. He does not stop war, he does not cure all illness, but always when he appears, something strange happens. A building remains standing when everything else collapses. A child survives with no explanation. A town reports silence where screams should have been. There is a pattern, a rhythm to his path. In 1792, an unnamed Vatican official, some say a future pope, others a cardinal, compiled a list of reported sightings. He drew a map. It forms a spiral, slow, deliberate, crossing borders, looping back. Every 111 years, he passes through the same region, never the same town, but always the same silence. The Vatican, aware of the cycle, began preparing in secret. In 1903, a room was constructed beneath the Basilica of St. John Lateran. No door, only a wall that could be removed. The chamber contains a table, a chair, and nothing else. Every 111 years, on the 1st of April, the wall is quietly lifted, the room is cleaned, the candle is lit, a glass of water is placed on the table, no one is assigned to watch, no camera is installed, the wall is replaced after one day. In 2014, the wall was lifted again, the candle was still lit, the glass was empty, footprints were found in the dust, bare, thin, dry. No one speaks of it, but the record is kept, always walking, always one step ahead of something else. In 1981, a Vatican-employed archivist named Emil Sarto compiled references to the saint who never died under a single heading, Custos ex silentio, the guardian from silence. His theory was simple. The saint, he argued, did not intervene to save lives or prevent destruction. He walked where silence had begun to rupture, where the membrane between memory and form had grown thin. He walked to hold it in place, to remind the world how to stay whole. He concluded, he is not a messenger, he is a suture. He does not speak because he cannot afford to add weight to what is already cracking beneath the surface of thought. Sarto vanished a year later. His final note, "I saw him. He passed the archives and did not stop." That means it is not the past he walks to protect, now, it is the future. His body was never found, but his notebook was. It contains 111 notches, each one marked with a date, a time and a place. The final line reads, "After that we may no longer be able to forget." The Vatican does not officially recognize him, but once every 7 years a private prayer is read aloud during conclave behind closed doors. It is only 2 lines long. Let him keep walking. Let what follows remain behind. Because there are things in this world that do not wish to be seen, but must be noticed. There are prayers we do not speak because their words would not end, only unravel. And there is at least one man who remembers every step we have taken away from ourselves, and chooses to walk beside us anyway. The saint who never died is not waiting for us. He is not watching over us. He is walking ahead, and as long as we do not catch up to him, there is still time to sleep. In the oldest layer of the Apostolic Palace, beneath stone corridors where dust has not stirred in centuries, and keys have long since lost their locks, there is a room that few know exists, and even fewer have dared to enter. It is not listed on any floor plan. No corridor officially leads to it. It does not have a name carved above its door, but those who speak of it, rarely and always in private, call it the Mirror Chapel. The entrance to the chapel is not marked by a threshold or a grand arch. It is simply a wall at the end of a corridor that seems to narrow slightly as one approaches. Though no measurements support this, the wall appears solid, plain, unremarkable, cold to the touch. But after a few seconds of contact, the stone begins to dim. Not visibly, not with color, with presence. It ceases to reflect light the way stone should. It seems to absorb your shadow, then it vanishes. There is no fanfare, no creaking, no release of dust or air. It simply fades. And beyond it is the chapel. It is circular. There are no pews, no altar, no crucifix, no candles, just 12 tall mirrors, each one identical in height, 7 feet, framed in a black, unmarked metal that has never tarnished or dulled. The mirrors are arranged evenly around the edge of the room, each facing inward. Their surfaces are pristine, and yet none of them reflect you in quite the way you expect. At first you see yourself, your body, your stance, but then the room behind you begins to alter. Subtle details shift, a mark on the floor that wasn't there, a curtain moving in a draft you don't feel. Your reflection remains still when you tilt your head. One mirror lags by a heartbeat. If you stand too long before one of them, it stops showing your face. It shows something else. The Vatican discovered the room during renovations in 1866. Stone beneath one of the palace's support wings began to fracture with no clear cause. A crew was sent to reinforce the foundations. One man struck a wall that sounded hollow. Within 2 hours, they had opened a cavity. Inside was the chapel, untouched, clean, cold. The crew reported dizziness, blurred vision, and confusion. They were pulled out. The room was catalogued and sealed, but not before a priest entered it alone. He was in the chamber for 7 minutes. He emerged white-faced and silent. When asked what he had seen, he replied only, "A version of me that didn't walk away." Later he was found in his quarters, staring into a shaving mirror, unblinking. His heart stopped 2 days later. His final written note, "They aren't mirrors, they are recordings, memories watching themselves." Since then, only a handful have entered. Each was carefully chosen. Each was observed closely after they returned. One scientist claimed the mirrors were tuned. She said their glass was not glass but a kind of suspended interface, like liquid memory frozen just long enough to reflect. She placed a tuning fork near the first mirror. The mirror hummed back, a tone too low to be heard, but recorded on equipment. The sound returned from all 12 mirrors, staggered, like a choir echoing its own voice. When she tried again, the mirror refused to hum. Later, the audio files recorded a whisper between tones, 12 syllables, spoken backward. No language matched it, but its rhythm resembled a prayer. Another observer, a linguist, stood before the 6th mirror and began to see script forming behind her reflection. The language resembled Aramaic, but the grammar did not obey known rules. She took notes until her hand began to tremble. Then she stopped. The mirror turned black, and the room began to feel smaller. When she turned away, the words vanished. She never returned. The Vatican has since forbidden extended stays inside the chamber. No more than 6 minutes. No more than one person at a time. One cardinal insisted on remaining alone overnight. He lasted 2 hours. When the door reopened, he was kneeling at the center of the room, weeping silently. He did not speak for 3 days. When he finally opened his mouth, his voice was not the same, softer, slower. He said only this: "I saw them all agree." When asked to clarify, he could not, but his dreams were vivid. He recorded them in a notebook, page after page, always the same setting, a chapel made of mirrors, except the mirrors had turned inward, reflecting each other infinitely. And in that endless loop of glass, something began to move, not quickly, not visibly, but undeniably, as if awareness had entered its own reflection and recognized it. The theory proposed by Vatican archivists is simple but unnerving. The mirror chapel is not a place of worship. It is a mechanism, a machine designed not to transmit power, but to hold something in balance. Each mirror does not reflect the viewer. It reflects one possible version of the room, a memory held in suspension, somewhere between potential and regret. And when the viewer stands at the center, the chapel attempts to find resonance between them all, not to align, but to agree. If all 12 mirrors ever reflect the same moment, it is believed that the chapel will open, not a door, not a vault, but a concept, something behind the mirrors, something that watches from inside memory. The records describe a single frame of video recovered from a test in 2001. During calibration, all 12 mirrors flickered. One frame exactly one showed the room not as it is, but as it may one day be. No mirrors, no walls, just ocean, still and silent. and 12 figures standing in a ring, each holding a mirror before their faces. The sea did not move. The figures did not breathe, but the reflection in each of their mirrors showed a different person. The Vatican destroyed the footage, but the technician who captured it resigned the next day. In a letter to his brother, he wrote, "I thought they were showing us the future. I was wrong. They were showing us what had been waiting beneath the surface since before we began to pray." The mirror chapel remains sealed today, but the room is not empty. It hums, just below human hearing. On certain days, if you press your ear to the wall nearest its resting place, you feel the vibration, not in your body, in your thoughts, a soft pressure behind the eyes, a whisper curling inward. And sometimes, if you stay too long, your reflection in the glass of the hall behind you stops blinking with you, just for a moment, as if it remembered something you haven't yet, and was trying to decide whether to give it back. Because the mirror chapel does not reflect light, it reflects memory, not yours, its own. And when those memories begin to recognize themselves again, when they remember who they were, they may step forward, not with footsteps, not with breath, but with shape and silence. Because the mirror chapel was not built, it was recovered. It had always been there. It just needed to remember what it was, and what it was for. In the deepest level of the Vatican archive, below even the sealed rooms, where humidity turns pages to breath and cold stone resists every light, there is a chamber without number, kept behind an iron gate that no longer has a key.
It is not marked on any schematic.
There are no notes in the index, but those who guard the vaults know of it. They call it simply the throne room. There is no light inside, no candles, no lamps, no electricity. To enter it, one carries flame, and when you step inside, the flame begins to dim, not from wind, not from moisture, but from something else, something deeper. A kind of awareness in the dark that does not extinguish, it consumes. The room itself is small, circular. The walls are made of stone that does not match the surrounding architecture. They are smooth, seamless, and warm, not heated. Warm, as if retaining the memory of something that once lived within them. And at the center of this circle, on a raised platform, sits a chair. The chair is large, carved from what appears to be a single piece of black wood, though no analysis has matched it to any known tree. It is smooth, polished, without grain. Its surface does not reflect light, even when directly illuminated. It is cold to the touch, always, even in flame. There are no decorations, no inscriptions, no icons of faith, only the seat, the armrests, the high back, and the stillness that surrounds it. The Vatican does not speak of the chair, not publicly, not officially, but in a document buried in the suppressed files of 1891, a cardinal writes, "It is not that we do not know who sat there, it is that we have forgotten how to remember him." This throne does not belong to any pope. It is older, not Roman, not Christian, older. Some believe it is the seat of a prophet from a time before prophecy had names. Others believe it is the last remaining artifact from a vanished sect, one that did not follow the God of heaven, but the God beneath. But all agree on one point: it is not empty, not entirely. When you stand before the throne, you feel it, a presence, not of a spirit, not of a ghost, a shape, a pressure, like something that has not yet stood up. One priest described it as sitting so still, the room forgets it is there. Another said, it waits like stone waits for footsteps. The throne is surrounded by 12 stones, each the size of a man's chest, arranged in a perfect circle, no writing on them. But when light touches them, they glow faintly, not in color, in memory. Touch one, and you feel something, a word that never fully arrives, a language just beyond your grasp. One scholar who spent years researching forbidden liturgical structures proposed a theory that the throne is not a symbol of power, it is an anchor, a root, something that pins the unseen into the world. He wrote, "The chair does not command, it prevents. It holds the center while everything else spins." But there is more. Every 100 years, on a date not publicly known, the Vatican sends 12 men into the room. They do not speak. They wear white robes. They carry stones. Each one walks the circle, placing a stone on each of the 12 surrounding markers. They then kneel. They do not look at the chair. They do not pray. They wait. Exactly 1 hour later, they rise. They leave. The stones are removed. the chair remains untouched. But the temperature of the room rises by 1 degree, always 1, never more, never less. And for 1 day following the ritual, the echoes in the surrounding halls shift. Words spoken in Latin return in Aramaic. Words whispered in silence return louder, as if something deeper has been stirred. And then, stillness again. One cardinal, who witnessed the ceremony in 1903, wrote in his private diary, "It is not a throne for a man, it is a seat for memory itself, for the moment when the world must remember what it has buried." Another priest, forbidden from entering but present at the threshold, claimed he heard a breath, not from the chair, from beneath it, a long, slow, subterranean breath, as if the earth itself was dreaming. Some believe the throne is not the artifact, that the true object is what lies beneath it, that it seals a chamber below, a vault of thought so deep it cannot be allowed to surface, a place where silence is not absence, but pressure, where names go to rest. The forgotten throne is not guarded, no lock protects it, because it does not need protection, it does not call, it does not resist, it simply remains, because the one who once sat there has not died, he has not left, he has not stood, and if he does, if the chair is ever found empty, then something will begin, not war, not apocalypse, but remembering, of what we once were, of what we turned from, of what we will return to, because the throne was carved from the root of forgetting, and it sits now in the heart of remembering, waiting, for the 12th hour, for the final name, for the last question to be unasked, and in that moment, the chair will no longer be a relic, it will be a mirror, and we will see ourselves seated within it, not ruling, not worshipping, just becoming, what we were before silence, before choice, before light, before the world learned how to close its eyes. There is a passage in the Psalms that speaks of voices raised in praise without sound, of melodies that reach heaven though no words are uttered. For centuries, theologians interpreted it as metaphor, as spiritual truth, a poetic flourish. But in the hidden records of the Vatican, in a file bound in red cord and sealed with an iron pin, there is another explanation. It is not metaphor, it is history. It speaks of a choir that sang in silence, a liturgy of breathless resonance. The file is labeled Cantus Insonus, the soundless song. The first mention appears in a manuscript from the 9th century, copied by hand in an Irish abbey, and smuggled to Rome during a raid. It describes a monastic order that dwelled not in light nor under sun, but where the world does not echo. They did not preach, they did not write, they sang, but their song produced no sound. And yet anyone within reach of their presence reported hearing music so profound it silenced grief and slowed the beating of the heart. One monk wrote, "I heard no voice, but the walls leaned closer, as if remembering what it meant to worship." The Vatican sought the source. In 1271, a delegation of scholars traveled to the ruins of a submerged priory in the south of France. Divers recovered fragments of slate etched with symbols, curves and spirals that matched no known language, but which pulsed under light, as if still remembering the hand that had carved them. One fragment bore 12 circles, arranged around a single hollow center. A priest present at the excavation wrote, "They are not notes, they are invitations." The choir without mouths was not seen again until 1544, when a ship off the coast of Naples reported a storm that never reached the shore, a whirl of clouds above the sea. Inside the storm, a shape 12 figures, cloaked, standing in a ring upon the water, no feet visible, no faces, and no sound. But everyone aboard felt the same thing, a rising in the chest, not fear, not awe, something closer to recognition, like hearing your name called from across time. One man jumped overboard, weeping. He was recovered, unconscious. He whispered, "They are not praying, they are remembering the shape of the world before we spoke." The incident was dismissed as hysteria, but in 1622, a hidden chapel was discovered beneath the Vatican crypts, sealed by iron and buried beneath a false floor. Inside were 12 alcoves, each one empty. At the center, a shallow bowl of solid stone, polished smooth, with a single word engraved along its inner rim, Silentium. A choir platform was carved into the floor, 12 steps deep, but with no exit, no pulpit, no text, only walls so acoustically perfect that even a breath sent vibrations rolling through the chamber. Tests were conducted. A tuning fork shattered at the first tone. Recordings made in the chamber refused to play back. Tape turned to static. Hard drives failed. Only one medium retained anything: wax. A single wax cylinder survived. It held 11 seconds of hum. A harmony made not of pitch, but presence. The technician who played it collapsed. He later said, "It was the sound of my bones remembering when they were light." After that, the room was sealed again, but the file remained. Witnesses who had stood inside described something even stranger, that they could no longer forget a particular feeling. A sensation of standing in a larger room, even when alone, of being watched not with judgment, but with expectation, as if something was waiting for them to resume a conversation they'd never known had started. In 1777, an anonymous note was delivered to a cardinal. The handwriting was elegant, the parchment older than the ink. It said only the choir is still singing, not to be heard, to hold the tune of memory. The ink was salted. Analysis later showed it matched the mineral content of seawater taken from depths over 2,000 meters. The paper matched no known European source. And then there was the girl in 1919. She was found outside the Vatican walls at dawn, barefoot, wrapped in a linen robe soaked with salt. She spoke no language, but hummed. One note, over and over. A single pitch. Doctors heard nothing remarkable. But a guard who had once stood watch in the crypts fell to his knees at the sound. He said it was the same hum he had heard in the sealed chamber. Exactly the same. She was taken in, examined, tested. She never spoke, but she hummed. The pitch never changed. When placed near a mirror, her reflection delayed. When shown recordings of plain song chant, her heart rate synchronized with each cadence, even before it played. One night, during a lunar eclipse, she stopped humming. She stood, faced north, and wept. Not from pain, from memory. She died the next morning. The autopsy revealed her throat had never developed vocal cords. Her lungs bore the capacity of a singer, but she had never spoken. One of the attending physicians wrote, "She was not mute. He had never needed voice. The song she carried was older than sound." Buried with her was a small stone, found in her hand the day she was discovered. It bore 12 spirals, arranged in a circle, around a hollow, just like the slate found in France, just like the carving in the Vatican. The choir without mouths has no congregation, no choir book, no cathedral, but the places they pass through feel changed. Rocks hum at dusk, candles flicker without breeze. Children dream of songs they don't remember learning. Some believe the choir is not human, that they were once men, but gave up form. Others say they are the memory of humanity's first worship, not in words but in resonance, and that resonance remains, held, preserved, sung, not to God, but to the space between forgetting and becoming. The Vatican's file concludes with a warning. It states that on nights when no prayer is spoken aloud within the palace, a low tone can be felt in the floor, that it pulses 12 times, always 12, followed by silence, and then a breath, not from within, but below, as if the world itself were listening to the choir and choosing for now to stay asleep. Because the choir without mouths does not sing to be heard, they sing to remind the dark what harmony once was, and what it must not forget. Not yet, not while we still sleep, not while we still hope. There is a passage in the Psalms that speaks of voices raised in praise without sound, of melodies that reach heaven though no words are uttered. For centuries, theologians interpreted it as metaphor, a spiritual truth, a poetic flourish. But in the hidden records of the Vatican, in a file bound in red cord and sealed with an iron pin, there is another explanation. It is not metaphor, it is history. It speaks of a choir that sang in silence, a liturgy of breathless resonance. The file is labeled Cantus Insonus, the soundless song. The first mention appears in a manuscript from the 9th century, copied by hand in an Irish abbey, and smuggled to Rome during a raid. It describes a monastic order that dwelled not in light nor under sun, but where the world does not echo. They did not preach, they did not write, they sang, but their song produced no sound. And yet anyone within reach of their presence reported hearing music so profound it silenced grief and slowed the beating of the heart. One monk wrote, "I heard no voice, but the walls leaned closer, as if remembering what it meant to worship." The Vatican sought the source. In 1271, a delegation of scholars traveled to the ruins of a submerged priory in the south of France. Divers recovered fragments of slate etched with symbols, curves and spirals that matched no known language, but which pulsed under light, as if still remembering the hand that had carved them. One fragment bore 12 circles, arranged around a single hollow center. A priest present at the excavation wrote, "They are not notes, they are invitations." The choir without mouths was not seen again until 1544, when a ship off the coast of Naples reported a storm that never reached the shore, a whirl of clouds above the sea. Inside the storm, a shape 12 figures, cloaked, standing in a ring upon the water, no feet visible, no faces, and no sound. But everyone aboard felt the same thing, a rising in the chest, not fear, not awe, something closer to recognition, like hearing your name called from across time. One man jumped overboard, weeping. He was recovered, unconscious. He whispered, "They are not praying, they are remembering the shape of the world before we spoke." The incident was dismissed as hysteria, but in 1622, a hidden chapel was discovered beneath the Vatican crypts, sealed by iron and buried beneath a false floor. Inside were 12 alcoves, each one empty. At the center, a shallow bowl of solid stone, polished smooth, with a single word engraved along its inner rim, Silentium. A choir platform was carved into the floor, 12 steps deep, but with no exit, no pulpit, no text, only walls so acoustically perfect that even a breath sent vibrations rolling through the chamber. Tests were conducted. A tuning fork shattered at the first tone. Recordings made in the chamber refused to play back. Tape turned to static. Hard drives failed. Only one medium retained anything, wax. A single wax cylinder survived. It held 11 seconds of hum. A harmony made not of pitch, but presence. The technician who played it collapsed. He later said, "It was the sound of my bones remembering when they were light." After that, the room was sealed again, but the file remained. Witnesses who had stood inside described something even stranger, that they could no longer forget a particular feeling. A sensation of standing in a larger room, even when alone, of being watched not with judgment, but with expectation, as if something was waiting for them to resume a conversation they'd never known had started. In 1777, an anonymous note was delivered to a cardinal. The handwriting was elegant, the parchment older than the ink. It said only the choir is still singing, not to be heard, to hold the tune of memory. The ink was salted. Analysis later showed it matched the mineral content of seawater taken from depths over 2,000 meters. The paper matched no known European source. And then there was the girl in 1919. She was found outside the Vatican walls at dawn, barefoot, wrapped in a linen robe soaked with salt. She spoke no language, but hummed. One note, over and over. A single pitch. Doctors heard nothing remarkable. But a guard who had once stood watch in the crypts fell to his knees at the sound. He said it was the same hum he had heard in the sealed chamber. Exactly the same. She was taken in, examined, tested. She never spoke, but she hummed. The pitch never changed. When placed near a mirror, her reflection delayed. When shown recordings of plain song chant, her heart rate synchronized with each cadence, even before it played. One night, during a lunar eclipse, she stopped humming. She stood, faced north, and wept. Not from pain, from memory. She died the next morning. The autopsy revealed her throat had never developed vocal cords. Her lungs bore the capacity of a singer, but she had never spoken. One of the attending physicians wrote, "She was not mute. He had never needed voice. The song she carried was older than sound." Buried with her was a small stone, found in her hand the day she was discovered. It bore 12 spirals, arranged in a circle, around a hollow, just like the slate found in France, just like the carving in the Vatican. The choir without mouths has no congregation, no choir book, no cathedral, but the places they pass through feel changed. Rocks hum at dusk, candles flicker without breeze. Children dream of songs they don't remember learning. Some believe the choir is not human, that they were once men, but gave up form. Others say they are the memory of humanity's first worship, not in words but in resonance, and that resonance remains, held, preserved, sung, not to God, but to the space between forgetting and becoming. The Vatican's file concludes with a warning. It states that on nights when no prayer is spoken aloud within the palace, a low tone can be felt in the floor, that it pulses 12 times, Always 12, followed by silence. And then a breath, not from within, but below, as if the world itself were listening to the choir and choosing for now to stay asleep. Because the choir without mouths does not sing to be heard. They sing to remind the dark what harmony once was, and what it must not forget. Not yet, not while we still sleep, not while we still hope. There is a phrase buried in the apocryphal writings of the early church, one that appears, fragmented, in several ancient languages, but never in full, oratio terminus, the ending prayer. It is never quoted, never spoken, only referred to, and always with warning. It is said to be a sequence of words so perfect, so complete, that to speak it would be to collapse the purpose of language itself. A prayer, that once finished, would not summon divinity, but dismiss it. Not out of disrespect, but fulfillment. The Vatican's internal classification refers to it as the final litany. The first mention comes from a clay tablet discovered in 1843 during an excavation in Upper Egypt. The markings were ancient Aramaic, but the grammar was intentionally corrupted, loops and curves that seemed to hide meaning rather than express it. Translated, the passage reads, "When the last breath is given willingly and silence sits in every eye, the words will arrive to undo the asking." The archaeologists who handled the tablet were later hospitalized for acute auditory hallucinations. They claimed to hear chanting at night, always from beneath their beds, always in a language they couldn't recognize, but felt they once knew. The tablet was sent to the Vatican. It has never been seen again. In 1929, a monk translating the Dead Sea Scrolls in a sealed chamber beneath the Basilica reported that one scroll contained a prayer written in such precise rhythm that reading it aloud caused a change in the light. He claimed that the shadows in the room shifted direction, that the dust in the air began to fall slower, that the beating of his heart changed tempo, not faster or slower, but deeper. As if it were remembering another rhythm, he stopped reading, burned the fragment, and wrote in his journal, "It is not meant to be finished." The prayer completes the world in reverse. This journal is stored in a climate-sealed drawer beneath the Vatican Library. Its cover bears no title, only a single word scratched into the leather, almost. Throughout history, there have been other sightings. Chant patterns that end in silence rather than amen. Melodies that cause candles to extinguish without wind. Words whispered by dying saints that no one dares record. In 1956, a cardinal composed a hymn while recovering from fever. He claimed he did not write it, but remembered it. The hymn was short, 12 notes, each paired with a syllable. He played it once on an organ in an empty chapel. When he finished, the organ continued to hum, not in echo, in resonance. It sustained the final note for exactly 12 minutes, though no keys were pressed and no pipes were engaged. The chapel was closed, the sheet music sealed. The cardinal never played again. He told a confessor, "It is not music, it is a suggestion. The world doesn't know how close it is to answering." He died in silence 3 days later. No cause, no pain, no final words. Just stillness. The prayer was never sung again, but Vatican documents include a transcription, 12 lines, 12 beats, no punctuation. The last line simply reads, "Return me to the breath that was before the first." What makes oratio terminus dangerous is not its structure, it's that it completes itself. It finds its own ending in the breath of the speaker. Each word folds into the next until intention is no longer required, only continuation. And once begun, it wants to be finished, because the prayer is not a request, it is an agreement, a seal, a remembrance that language was once a mistake, that asking was once unnecessary, because everything was whole. And in speaking the final prayer, you do not destroy, you correct. You remove the need for light, for form, for time. You return the world to its original silence. One account from 1987 describes a nun in an isolated monastery who suffered nightly trances. She spoke in her sleep, long slow sentences in no known dialect. A linguist was brought in. He left shaken. His notes read, "It's not glossolalia, it's recursive." The phrases complete themselves backward. She's not speaking, she's remembering. The nun died weeks later, But in her room, carved into the inside of her pillowcase in nail scratchings, were 12 symbols. They matched no alphabet, but each contained the shape of a mouth, open at the top, closed at the base, silence being drawn downward. The Vatican removed the pillow. Her grave bears no name. The fear is simple. If the prayer is ever completed, by word, by breath, by thought, it will not be heard. It will be understood. And understanding will act, not loudly, not quickly, but completely, as if the universe, once reminded of its shape before speech, would collapse its scaffolding and become again what it once was. Not void, not chaos, just waiting. A theologian once proposed the idea that God spoke the world into being with a word. What if the final prayer is the world's way of speaking itself out? Not in rebellion. In closure, the Vatican does not study the prayer anymore. It is not recorded. It is not taught. But they prepare. Every vault contains a single empty page. Every chamber bears 12 lines in blank ink. Every cardinal learns 12 tones on a single chime, just in case. Because if the prayer begins again, if it surfaces through dream, through whisper, through resonance, the world must not finish it. Not yet. We are not ready to be whole. Not while we still ask. Not while we still wonder. Not while silence still feels like fear instead of peace. The prayer that ends the world is not lost. It is only sleeping. And if it wakes, it will not scream. It will sing. And we will remember every question we ever asked. And why the answer was always waiting in the silence after the breath. There is a stretch of ocean west of Sardinia, where compasses hesitate, and tides refuse to follow their ancient rhythm. Sailors mark it on personal charts, with no official name, just a symbol, a circle with a single dot. It is avoided, not because of storm or reef, but because the water itself feels wrong, still, listening, remembering. The Vatican refers to it quietly as mare nomina, the sea of names. More than once, voices have been heard above its surface when no ship sailed near. Names, spoken clearly, not shouted, not sung, spoken with calm precision, always 12 at a time, never the same names twice. Some are ancient, some modern, some have never appeared in any record. But those who hear them all report the same feeling afterward, like being counted and not forgotten. Counted. The first documented Vatican response to this anomaly occurred in 1852, when a papal envoy was dispatched to investigate reports of a choir beneath the waves. What they found was silence. Nothing moved. Not the water, not the wind. But when they dipped an oar into the sea, the surface rang, like stone struck by a hammer. One of the sailors claimed to see letters forming on the water. He was pulled back before he could reach them. He died 3 days later. His final words, "It was spelling me." The Vatican has since deployed multiple unmanned probes to the site. Each returns the same data. Temperature, unchanged. Salinity, stable. Sound absent. No marine life, but the pressure fluctuates in patterns that resemble breathing. 12 pulses every hour, followed by stillness. On one occasion, a drone captured imagery of a structure beneath the waves. A ring of stone columns, submerged and wide, each bearing carvings, not of saints or angels, but of eyes, open, unblinking, staring outward from beneath a surface that never ripples. The structure has since shifted. It is no longer where it was. It moves, not daily, not predictably, but it moves, as if it follows names, spoken above it. In 1928, a sailor's log from a merchant vessel described a night watch during which the stars reflected incorrectly in the sea. The sky was clear, the constellations unbroken, but the sea mirrored a different sky, one he did not recognize, with constellations that traced not beasts or gods, but words. He looked down and saw his name, spelled in stars that blinked back. He told no one, until years later. His notebook contains the line, "They remembered me before I was born." The sea was just waiting for the right night. Scholars at the Vatican have proposed a theory that this region of the sea does not forget, that it holds the names of everything that has passed above it, not as sound, not as memory, but as imprint, that to speak aloud above its surface is to give it a record, a key, and that in time the sea will return that name, not in voice, but in shape, in thought, in presence. There is an older story, never confirmed, of a monk who stood at the edge of this sea and sang a single hymn, not long, not loud, just once. He disappeared. Nothing violent, nothing witnessed, only his robes left behind. Years later, in a monastery far from shore, a novice was heard humming that same hymn in a language she had never learned. When asked why, she said, "It was returned to me." She has not spoken since. Every day she stands at the window, looking west, her hands cupped as if holding something. The sea does not forget, it does not forgive, it does not sleep. It remembers, not events, not ships, names, and in remembering them, it shapes the world around them. Some believe the sea is a gate, others think it is a book. One theory posits that the ocean itself is a record of the world's thought, too vast to read, too deep to erase, that every word ever spoken above its surface is written into the tides, and when the right alignment comes, when all the names line up, the sea will read itself aloud, and in doing so, undo what we thought was silence, because the sea that remembers names is not passive, it is patient, and patience is memory perfected, and memory, when complete, becomes echo, and echo, when spoken in reverse, becomes a beginning. In every century, a figure appears in accounts too scattered to connect, until you notice what links them. A wanderer, cloaked, quiet, carrying nothing, leaving no trail. Witnesses recall seeing him walk across deserts without stirring dust, across snow without leaving prints, and across wet stone that never glistens where he stepped. The Vatican refers to this being in a restricted index of anomalous figures under the codename Viator Incompletus, the pilgrim without feet. His origin is unknown, no age is given, no culture claims him. He has appeared in China, in Norway, in the valleys of Chile, and once at the edge of an abandoned village where the bells rang without wind. He is always alone, never hurried, and he is always walking towards something that no one else can see. The first mention in Vatican texts comes from 1132, in a letter from a priest stationed at a crumbling outpost near the edge of the Carpathians. The letter is brief. He passed by the broken tower. He left no mark, but the dogs stopped barking. They bowed. The writer goes on to describe a pressure in the air, not heavy, but ancient. It felt, he writes, like the space itself remembered him. The priest died the following year. The tower collapsed. No other record remains, except the letter. In 1478, a monk copying illuminated texts in a Venetian scriptorium glanced up and saw a man standing outside the window. Though he was 5 floors up, the figure did not knock, did not speak. He only looked in, and in the candlelight's flicker, the monk swore he saw no shadow beneath the man's hood. The monk fainted. When he awoke, 3 pages of his manuscript had been rewritten, in a hand not his own. The words were familiar. They were verses from scripture, but with slight variations, words inverted, phrasing reversed. One line read, "The dust that walks shall one day remember the shape of its destination." The rewritten pages were sealed in a reliquary. The Vatican lists them as manus ex nolla terra, the manuscript from no land. In 1611, a group of travelers on a pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela reported a man walking beside them. He did not eat, did not sleep, but every morning he was there, always just behind them. When they stopped to rest, he waited a few steps away. They assumed he was part of another group, until one man tried to speak to him. He turned. His face was soft, human, but his eyes were blank, not blind, not glassy, just empty of expectation. He said only one thing, "I am not here to arrive, I am here to continue." They never saw him again. The pilgrims reached Santiago, but none could explain why their boots were dry. It had rained every day, but the dust never stuck to them, and their footprints vanished the moment they left them. The Vatican collected testimonies. They matched a report from the 1500s of a man who walked through a burning village without burning, a man who walked past a collapsing bridge that held firm beneath his steps, a man who never sleeps. They do not believe he is an angel. He does not bring messages. He does not perform miracles, but he is always seen when something has just ended, or is about to begin. In 1887, a cartographer in northern Canada recorded seeing a figure walk across the frozen tundra in a straight line. He watched through a scope for hours. The man never stopped, never adjusted course, and when he passed into the distance, he left nothing behind, not a single mark in the snow. The wind that day had stopped blowing, as if waiting. Theories have emerged that the pilgrim without feet is a remnant, a memory of the first man who ever walked with purpose, that he is not flesh, but intent given form. A longing so persistent it refused to die. Some believe he is what happens when a soul forgets where it began and forgets how to finish. a perpetual motion of searching. One Vatican scholar once proposed a chilling idea that he is not moving across the earth, but that the earth moves beneath him, that his path never changes, that he walks in a straight line from an origin lost to time toward a destination we have yet to imagine, and that if he ever stops, something will align, and that alignment will not be understood. It will only be felt, like the echo of a door that should never have opened, closing very gently behind us. A single report from 1943, buried in the Vatican's war-era archives, details an incident during the Allied invasion of Sicily. Soldiers reported a man walking through the ruins of a bombed-out town. No uniform, no shoes, just robes, dusty and pale. When a shell exploded nearby, he walked through the smoke unscathed. One soldier, an atheist, followed him. He was found 3 days later, sitting on a rock, shoeless, silent. His feet were clean. He had crossed 3 miles of scorched earth. His words when he finally spoke: he walks toward the center that isn't a place. After that, the Pilgrim appeared in fewer reports, until 2009. A satellite image of a salt flat in Bolivia showed a long, perfectly straight line cutting across the white. At first it was thought to be a natural fracture, but zooming in, analysts saw the faint image of a man. One frame, one shadow, no tracks. Just a figure in motion, too fast to be caught again, but too slow to be absent. The Vatican was alerted. They said nothing. But the next month, 12 candles were lit in the catacombs beneath Rome. No names, no prayers, just 12 lights in a ring, and a bowl of water placed in the center. At the end of the night, the water was gone. No one had entered, no one had left, but a set of footprints was found near the stairs. Churry, bare, small, like someone who had never needed shoes. The pilgrim without feet is not here to be worshipped. He does not ask, he does not wait, he does not change. He walks, and in that walking, the world remembers the shape of its longing, because we all are walking, every one of us, through breath, through memory, through places that forget us. And one day when we are still enough, we may hear a footstep not our own behind us, not threatening, not demanding, just accompanying. A reminder that someone has always been walking just ahead, toward the silence, toward the center, toward the place where direction ends, and purpose begins again. There is a window buried inside the oldest foundations of the Vatican. It is not framed by stone or set in wall. It does not look out upon Rome, nor into a courtyard, nor even into another room. It simply hangs there, vertical, self-suspended, untouched by dust or time. Its surface resembles glass, but it is not transparent, nor is it a mirror. Instead, it is a slow shimmer, like a memory of reflection struggling to remember its shape. They call it finestra inversa, the reversed window. It was first discovered in 1783, when a team of archivists attempting to expand the underground vaults breached a sealed antechamber. The room was empty, no furnishings, no markings, only a single suspended pane of translucent material, hanging in the air, 3 feet above the floor. 6 feet tall, perfectly vertical. When approached, it did not show the observer's face. It showed the room, but not as it was. As it had once been, a version with candles burning, stone brighter, walls clean, and figures, 12 of them, standing in a circle around the very spot where the window now hovered. None of the figures had faces, only outlines, not shadows, shapes. When the lead archivist stepped closer, the image shifted again. Now the figures were looking toward him, and the candles dimmed. He blinked. The image reset, and the window once again showed only the empty room. No matter how many times he tried, the same sequence played out, a clean version of the room. 12 figures, candlelight, then the turn, always the turn, and the feeling that something within the glass had noticed him before he had noticed it. The Vatican sealed the room, but the window would not go dark. Even without light, it shimmered, like something behind the surface was trying to find a way through. In 1851, a Jesuit physicist was allowed to study it. He brought instruments, lenses, mirrors. He attempted to determine how the image was being projected. No conclusion was reached. The glass produced no reflection, no heat, no absorption of light. It simply hovered. When he placed a mirror in front of it, the mirror cracked, a slow hairline fracture from top to bottom. The physicist noted that the crack resembled a key. When he touched it, he saw a flash, not of light, of memory. A hallway, not one he had walked, but one he felt had walked him. He collapsed, Upon recovery, he asked to see the window again. He was denied. He died a week later. His final written words: "It sees forward, not backward, and it sees through us." The Vatican moved the window to a sealed chamber, but no matter where it is placed, the effect is the same. 2. It shows not the present, but a version of the room's memory, a layered echo, and the moment you notice the figures, they notice you. They do not move, but they turn. And in their turning, something deep inside you feels unpeeled, as if recognition were happening both ways. Some have theorized that the window is not a relic, but a surveillance mechanism, not ours. Theirs that, whatever civilization or presence created it did so not to watch, but to remember, and that every time we observe it, we feed it more memory. In 1934, during an inspection of the crypts, a young priest accidentally entered the window chamber. He was not trained, he had not been briefed. He stood before the window and saw not the room, but his own bedroom. Years earlier, the day his brother died, he wept, reached out, touched the glass. The image shifted to a corridor he'd never walked, but which he immediately recognized. Stone, lightless, a spiral stair. He backed away. He never spoke of it again, but later he wrote in his journal, "The window doesn't show what happened, it shows what knew you best." Since then, all entry to the chamber has been limited. Sensors show mild LM fluctuation, but more strangely, the glass records no fingerprints, no dust. It never fogs. Its temperature does not change, but once a year on the solstice, it shimmers more brightly, and if a candle is placed before it, the reflection dances in rhythm to a pulse that is not visible, a hidden heartbeat. One theory suggests that the window is one of 12, that it corresponds to 12 points across the world, each reflecting not light, but thought, each designed to hold a version of reality in stasis, waiting for recognition, that if all 12 were ever aligned, seen at once, they would complete a picture, not an image, a direction, the path back to a moment before forgetting. A Vatican technician once noted, "The window doesn't watch, it waits for us to see ourselves seeing it." In 1999, a researcher left a camera running in the room overnight. The video shows nothing for hours. Then at 3:33 a.m., the glass pulses, once the camera flickers, and then for exactly 12 seconds, the image changes, not the room, but the world. A coastline unknown to geography, a sea without horizon, 12 towers, each crowned in flame, and in the center, a single figure looking back. The recording ends. The camera was undamaged, but all files following the recording were blank, not erased, unreadable, as if the act of capturing memory had overwritten format itself. The researcher left the Vatican. He now lives in a monastery. He has taken a vow of silence, not out of guilt, out of fear that speech might complete something he doesn't remember beginning. Others have visited the window. Each leaves with a different description. Some see future ruins, some see birth. One described a house she had only dreamed of, another, a tunnel he swears he will die inside. But they all say the same thing when they step away: "It knew I was coming," and perhaps that is the purpose, not to inform, not to threaten, to mirror the one thing that no surface ever can, the soul before it is shaped, the memory before it is spoken, the intention before it is born. Because the window that watches back is not glass, it is a question, one shaped like you, waiting to be remembered. Beneath the Vatican's oldest crypt, past sealed staircases and doors that have not opened in centuries, lies a room without records. No blueprints reference it, no logs mark its discovery, and yet it exists. A subterranean space carved not with tools, but with intention. The air is still, the walls hum. The Vatican calls it Vox Reliqua, the chamber where voices wait. It was first discovered in 1807, when tremors shook the western foundations of the Basilica. Masonry cracked, a wall buckled, and behind it a narrow hallway was found, leading down into the earth. The floor was smooth, not worn, not tiled, polished, like the inside of a bell. At the end of the passage, the hallway opened into a chamber, circular, featureless, no icons, no pews, no altar, only 12 shallow alcoves in the wall, spaced at equal intervals. And in the center of the floor, a single stone disc, perfectly flat, surrounded by concentric rings that bore no inscription, just ridges, as if they had once spun. When the first team entered, they reported dizziness. One collapsed after claiming he heard his own voice whispering to him. Not echoing, whispering. but the man had not spoken aloud. He was pulled out. Later his report would include this line: "It knew how I would speak before I did. It offered me my own thoughts back to me, unfinished." Audio tests were conducted. Microphones placed in the room picked up no external noise, but when playback was attempted, the recordings contained faint syllables, fragments of language that sounded eerily familiar, yet not entirely human, like speech slowed and reversed, played through water, thick and melodic. Linguists tried to isolate the fragments. What they found was chilling. Every phrase began in the listener's native tongue and ended in one they had never learned, but recognized. A Vatican linguist named Father Tiberio was allowed 20 minutes inside. He remained still, did not speak, but when he exited, he wrote 15 pages without pause. The writings were coherent, but not his. They detailed the memories of another life, a village built around a well that spoke when the wind was still, a family with no faces, a war that was never declared. Each sentence ended with a word that has since become untranslatable, not because it cannot be defined, because it can only be felt. Tiberio never entered the chamber again. His writings are filed under voce remissa, returned voice. What the Vatican came to understand was this: the chamber does not echo, it stores, not sound, not words, intent, the idea of voice, the pressure behind the thought, and when a person enters, the chamber begins to offer back everything that voice ever carried, not just what was said, what was meant. The Vatican began to test theories. They sent in orators, poets, singers, priests. Each emerged changed. Some wept, some laughed. One screamed, not in fear, but as if hearing something beautiful enough to burn. She later said, "It offered me my mother's voice, but younger, before she became who I knew." Another man spoke for hours after leaving, all in dead languages. He had never studied them, but the transcripts matched texts lost to fire centuries ago. The chamber remembered, and in remembering, offered it back, but only to those who would recognize it. One priest referred to it as the echo of Eden, a place where speech has not yet broken away from truth. A single Vatican document theorizes that the chamber was not built by man, but formed naturally, like a bubble in thought, trapped beneath centuries of prayer, and that it grows. Each time a voice carries weight through the basilica above, it sinks, not in sound but in shape, and eventually reaches the chamber to wait. In 1994, seismic mapping revealed that the chamber had changed. The alcoves had deepened, not by erosion, but as if they had been exhaled, expanded from within, and the central disc, once still, had begun to vibrate. At first imperceptibly, then every seventh day, a pulse, not measured in frequency. In memory, sensors recorded fragments of speech, always from someone nearby, sometimes exact, sometimes words they had not yet said, and on 2 occasions, words they never would say, but thought. This was not coincidence. This was response. The chamber was not passive, it was listening, and more than that, it was replying. In 2012, a new test was attempted. A choir was placed near the threshold. They sang a 12-tone harmonic piece, designed to simulate celestial rotation. The moment the 12th tone ended, the chamber replied, not with sound, with vibration. The walls shuddered, the disc rotated 1 degree, the lights dimmed, though no electrical fault was found. One singer collapsed, whispering. It remembered the last time this was sung, but the piece had never been composed before. It was an original, or so they thought. Perhaps not. Perhaps the melody had been remembered by the chamber, waiting to be heard again, to be acknowledged, to be completed. Because that is what the chamber where voices wait truly is. A place of completion, not of ideas, of language, of the thought behind the sound. And when enough voices match, when intent, memory, prayer and purpose align, the disc will spin fully, and whatever is stored there will speak, not as noise, not as song, as recognition of everything we have ever tried to say, of every word we left behind, of every silence that carried more truth than speech. The Vatican keeps the chamber sealed now. They say it is for preservation, but the internal logs tell another story. The pulses are growing, once a week, now every 3 days, and the disc is warming, not to the touch, to the thought. Some visitors report hearing whispers before they reach the chamber door, not from behind it, from within themselves. The chamber is almost ready. It has waited long enough, and when it speaks again, it will not be to one person, it will be to all of us. not in voice, but in that breath we draw just before we try to speak, when everything we feel has yet to become a word, and in that moment, we will remember, we were always meant to listen first. In the quietest wing of the Vatican's underground archive, where lights flicker in harmony with breath and the stone absorbs footsteps, as if it has grown tired of sound, there is a shelf without number, no label, no index entry. It's tucked between two larger wooden cases that curve slightly inward as if leaning toward it. On that shelf rests a single item. It is not bound like a Bible, nor shaped like any modern codex. Its cover is soft, dark, and textured like memory preserved in leather. No title, no embossing, but its weight is undeniable. The Vatican calls it Codex Respondens, the book that writes you back. It was not found in a church. It was not retrieved from a library. It arrived. One morning in 1895, a package was discovered on the threshold of the Vatican Library. No return address, no wax seal, just a parcel wrapped in oilcloth and tied with hair, not string, not sinew, human hair, braided, carefully, softly, 12 strands thick. Inside was the book. It was opened, and inside blank pages. No ink, no script, nothing, but within minutes, letters began to appear. Faint at first, like veins in pale skin, then stronger, ink that seemed to rise from beneath the surface rather than rest upon it. It formed words, sentences, not randomly, not from the front, from the center. Page 303, as if the book had always been writing, and the moment it was seen it continued. The words were in Latin, but not classical. The syntax resembled early ecclesiastical forms, but inverted. Scholars called it a kind of spiritual mirror language. The first line read, "Let the reader be remembered before they are known." It addressed no one directly, and yet every person who read it felt the same thing, that it was speaking to them, not at them, to them, as if the book already knew what they were seeking, and was quietly deciding whether to reveal it. The next day, a different reader opened it. The words had changed. Same page, new content. Now it described the dream the reader had forgotten from childhood, in detail. Exact dialogue. The scent of the wind, the shape of a tree he had never drawn, but always remembered. He fainted. The book closed itself. From that moment on, no one read the same page twice. Every reading was unique. Every page was a reflection, not of memory, but of the reader's unspoken thoughts. The book did not predict. It did not record. It responded, and as it responded, it wrote more and more, always in the center. Pages at the beginning remained blank. Pages at the end remained sealed, literally fused, as if awaiting a fire hot enough to soften the bonds of time. Vatican linguists compiled transcripts. Over 3 decades, they recorded 1,207 unique entries, each read by a different person, each impossible to replicate. One woman read a passage that described a choice she had not yet made. 2 weeks later, she made it, and the next time she returned, that passage was gone, replaced by a prayer she had never spoken, but had always meant to. The prayer ended with the words, "You have now remembered your place in the sentence." The book was moved to a sealed vault. It was locked away, but it continued to write, even without readers. The ink faded when ignored, darkened when approached, and once when left in the hands of a deaf monk overnight, it composed music, not notes, descriptive text, page after page describing sound, the shape of a cello's vibration, the echo of wind through a brass bell, the soft dissonance of a choir, one breath short of pitch. The monk, though unable to hear, said he understood. He wept as he traced the final line. "I am the memory of what you once knew how to feel." The Vatican debated its origin. Some proposed it was divine, others that it was a kind of psychic artifact, like a mirror that had learned to hold on to reflections too long. One theory suggested that the book was not from our time, but from a moment still waiting to be written, and that it responds not because it knows the reader, but because it has already read them. Once a skeptic demanded to burn it. He was granted permission. Flames were lit. The cover charred, but inside the pages did not burn. They curled, but did not blacken. And when the fire died, the book reopened. The text was different. It read, "I will remember your warmth. You were afraid of what I would say. That means I was right." No attempt to destroy it has succeeded since. It does not resist force. It simply rewrites itself as needed. One scholar reported that after reading it, he found his own journals had changed. subtle differences. Words he never used appeared. Phrases he once dreamed now scrawled in the margins. Not many, just enough to unsettle. He stopped writing, but the book continued. In recent decades it has slowed. The pages respond more slowly now. They take longer to fill, as if waiting, not reluctant, expectant. As if the world is nearing the moment where the last page must be written, and the first one must be read. Because some now believe the book is not a book at all, that it is a cycle, a loop, a conversation between beginning and end. A question that once asked fully, becomes its own answer, and in doing so, erases the need for language. One priest referred to it as the final paragraph of the soul. He entered the reading room at midnight, sat before the book, opened to the center, and never spoke again. But when he died, a note was found in his pocket. It said only you will know when the book is reading you back, because the silence will start to feel like punctuation. The book rests still. It waits, not to be read, to recognize the reader, and when it does, when the words begin to form again, we will not be reading a story, we will be remembered by one. Hidden in the deepest cloister of the Vatican's forbidden archive, past the sealed chapel of fractured names and the breathing staircase that no longer leads anywhere, lies a chamber known simply as Sin Metallo, the room without metal. It is round, unlit, and empty, except for a single object at its center, a bell. It does not hang, it is not suspended from wood or rope. It sits directly on the cold stone floor, upright and perfectly still. It has no clapper. Its surface is not bronze, nor copper, nor any known alloy. Metallurgists have tested it without conclusion. It reacts to no magnet, carries no thermal trace, and resonates only under very specific conditions. The Vatican refers to it internally as campana inconclusa, the bell that was never cast. And the most important fact about it is this: no one remembers making it. There is no record of its origin, no mold lines, no archival reference. And yet it bears the crest of the church, correct, accurate, precise to the century's sigil in use around 1095. But even that sigil has inconsistencies. The lines of the cross extend 1 degree too far. The keys are reversed. Heavens facing downward, earth's reaching up, and around the rim is a phrase in Latin: vocabo, non nunc, non vox. I will call, not now, not you. The earliest known record of the bell comes from the diary of a monk named Galatano di Brianza, dated 1311. He describes a dream in which he walks through a burning cathedral. Everyone is silent. Nothing moves. He reaches the altar and finds the bell, upright, sitting on the steps. He touches it. He touches it. It rings, but the sound comes from beneath the floor, and when he wakes, he has the phrase from the bell's rim written into the skin of his hand, not burned, not inked, impressed. The mark fades by morning, but the dream returns every night for a month. He eventually locates the bell in the chamber by accident, when tasked with delivering parchment to a storage vault that hadn't been opened in years. He walks in and stops breathing. There it is, exactly as in his dream, sitting, waiting. He runs. He never enters again, but he writes, "It knew I would see it. It chose me not to ring it." Over centuries, others encounter the bell, always by accident, always alone. The room is never listed on blueprints, but it finds its way into every rebuild, every reinforcement. It is as though the bell cannot be excluded, as though stone shifts to accommodate it. No one has successfully moved it. Cranes have broken, supports have bent. Once a pulley snapped, its metal rusting in seconds. No one was hurt. But afterward, the room smelled of incense, burnt myrrh, and the bell sat, unchanged, humming faintly. No impact, no sound, just a vibration deep in the chest, as if memory itself were being tuned. Those who have attempted to strike the bell report strange effects. The most common is the sensation of a name rising in the throat, not their own, and not a name they recognize, but one that feels old, familial, unsettling. One man collapsed before touching it. He awoke saying, "It was trying to speak through me. It had waited too long." The Vatican assigned guards to the room for a time. They did not last, not from fear, from absence. One said, "It made the world behind the door feel like a rumor." He resigned. Another wrote, "I didn't dream for weeks. Then one night I heard it ring, but only in my bones, and I knew I wasn't supposed to." The bell has only rung once on record, documented, confirmed. In 1944, during an Allied bombing of Rome, a shell struck close to the Vatican wall. The city held its breath, and in that moment, a deep resonance passed through the stones, a single tone, not high, not low, perfectly balanced. People stopped moving. One priest dropped to his knees. He said later, "I knew I had died, but death had not yet decided to stay." The bell rang, then silence. All damage to the nearby walls had reversed. Windows remained intact. The courtyard showed blast impact, but the stone was unbroken. It was as if time had bent around the ring. The Vatican sealed the room for 30 years after. No entry, no reference, but inside the bell remained, waiting. Theories persist. One suggests the bell is not an instrument, but a seal, that it was not made to call out, but to keep something in, that the moment it rings with full voice, the world will remember a sound it once chose to forget, a sound so complete, it finished every question in the same breath it began them. Some scholars believe the bell predates metal, that it is the echo of a spoken promise, hardened by time into shape, and that shape now waits for the right breath to match its tone. Theories become a bell cannot be rung by force, only recognition, only by someone who remembers the sound before they've heard it, and when that person touches it, it will not echo, it will answer, not loudly, not violently, completely. One document, labeled Speculum Resonans, outlines a potential activation sequence, 12 tones, each one drawn from a different era's sacred chant. When played in unison, they form a spiral, not musically, mathematically, a perfect curve, pointing down, to where the bell rests, to what it's holding, because beneath the bell, unknown to most, is a hollow. Scans show an empty chamber 6 meters below, round, empty, acoustically flawless. It has never been entered, no stairs lead to it, but sound once made flows into it perfectly. A resonant trap, or a cradle, depending on belief, because if the bell rings again, fully rings, the chamber may not remain empty, not because something will enter, because something already inside may rise. Some think it's a name, some think it's a word, some believe it's the moment of silence before the first question was ever asked, still resting there, still waiting, and when the bell chimes again, it will not be to call us, it will be to tell us, it remembers who we are, and what we chose not to finish, because campana inconclusa is not a warning, it is a punctuation mark, one we have not yet earned. In the westernmost vault of the Vatican's forbidden archive, beyond the section marked by a rusted chain and a door sealed in bone-colored wax, lies a hallway that ends in a blank wall. There is no handle, no hinge, but when approached in silence, true silence, not merely absence of sound, the wall changes, a seam appears, the stone softens, a doorway forms, and within it, a room unfolds that has no right to exist in the geometry of the world. The space is larger than the volume that surrounds it. The Vatican calls it Memoria Abscondita, the archive that erases itself. No map includes this chamber, no key opens it, but when the need is recognized, deeply, intimately, personally, the entrance reveals itself, and the moment one steps inside, something is taken, not stolen, removed, softly, without pain. It is a memory, and it is never the same twice. The first report of this phenomenon dates back to 1601, written in a letter recovered decades later from the lining of an old confessional booth. The author, identity unknown, describes being lost in the archives, wandering in darkness. "I heard no sound," he writes, "but I felt language being lifted from me, one word at a time. I walked through a doorway that had not been there, and inside I saw books without titles and pages without ink, but I understood every line, and when I left, I no longer knew my father's name. The letter was unsigned, but it was written in 2 languages, one of them not known to man." In 1786, a monk assigned to catalogue apocryphal texts went missing for 5 days. When he returned, he had no recollection of the missing time, but his records, when reviewed, contained 12 entries in a hand not his own. Each listed a book title that had never existed, books that could not be found in any collection, yet whose descriptions read like dreams just out of reach. One was about a song hummed by mountains, he later wrote. Another was a prayer designed only to be forgotten. The titles changed with each reader, and the moment someone finished reading an entry, it vanished from the page. The ink didn't fade, the paper turned blank. as if the act of recognition had completed the book's purpose and deleted it from history. Since then, the Vatican has tracked these occurrences. They do not occur randomly, they occur when someone forgets something too important to lose, and the archive finds them, and opens, and offers a trade. Because Memoria Abscondita is not a place of storage, it is a place of removal. Its shelves are lined with volumes that appear only when seen. Its aisles shift. Each time you blink, a different book stands before you. Some are covered in velvet, some in moss. One researcher described a book made entirely of breath. When opened, it exhaled his grandmother's voice, saying goodbye. The cover dissolved. His memory of her faded, forever. But he remembered something else. A dream he had never had, of holding her hand beneath stars that never existed. He wept. He tried to return to the archive. The doorway never opened again. Another witness claimed the books were not meant to be read. They were meant to be known, that simply standing among them allowed certain forgotten truths to resurface. But always, at a cost. You gained something, and something left you. Not maliciously, just necessarily. Like breath entering the lungs must replace what came before. Because the archive is not malicious, it is correctional. A spiritual ledger balancing memory with meaning. Its name appears only once in the official Vatican indices, in a redacted margin note beside the phrase Memoria Exiliarum, the memory of exiles. Some have theorized that the archive is not a library, but a mirror, that it shows not what was recorded, but what was meant to be remembered, that every soul has a weight, and when that weight becomes uneven, too much grief, too much guilt, too much loss, the archive finds its way to them, and offers relief. Not forgiveness, just balance. One cardinal who spent 9 minutes in the archive returned speaking only in questions. He did not recognize his own handwriting, but he wrote 12 pages of answers to things no one had asked. He died that night, peacefully. A note on his desk read, "I gave it the name I was no longer worthy to carry. It gave me one I will not need in this world." No one knows how many people have entered the archive, but there are rumors. People who remember standing in a room of impossible stillness. People who describe seeing a version of themselves they didn't know they'd forgotten. One man said the books whispered, not in words, in forgiveness, but not for him, for the things he had abandoned inside himself. The archive does not keep records. It is the absence of records made real. It is what memory leaves behind when it has finished speaking. It is not empty. It is quiet. A soft humming quiet, like the world remembering how to close its eyes. Every 50 years the Vatican sends a single person into the archive with one purpose, to return. They are given no instructions, no questions, no limits. They enter alone, they return changed. One returned without the ability to speak, but in his silence he healed a blind boy with a touch. Another came back weeping and drew a map no one could read, but which, when folded into a spiral, revealed the shape of a cathedral not yet built. It was built 5 decades later, brick by brick from a dream, and when completed, a single book was found in the altar, blank, except for one line, "You were always meant to remember this." The archive continues to erase itself, not because it must, because it chooses to, because forgetting is a kindness too few understand, because memory when left too long becomes not truth but gravity, and gravity must be released, or else it sinks, and takes us with it. So the archive opens, quietly, privately, to the ones who are ready, to the ones who no longer ask what they've lost, only why they still remember, and in its silence a trade is offered, and in that trade a prayer is answered, not by a god, but by memory itself whispering, "You have carried this long enough." In the northeast wing of the Vatican's subterranean observatory, past the chambers where timepieces older than kingdoms tick beneath lit glass, there is one room kept entirely dark. It is not locked, it does not locked, it does not hum. But no one enters it alone, and no one speaks above a whisper near its threshold. Inside sits a single object, a tall, narrow case of black stone, encasing a mechanical clock, unlike any other in the world. The Vatican refers to it as Horologium invertum, the clock that counts backwards. The clock is not famous. It is not ornate. It has no golden hands, no decorative inscriptions, no visible gears. It simply ticks, not forward, backward, and not in reverse motion, as if rewinding. Its hands move smoothly, rhythmically, predictably, but they do not count time as we do. They uncount it. Minute by minute, hour by hour, the dial winds in the wrong direction, and beneath it, etched into the glass face in looping, archaic script, a phrase et reverter in memoriam, non in oblivion, and it shall return into memory, not into forgetting. The clock first appeared in 1752. It was not built. It was discovered. A shipment of religious artifacts sent from a collapsed abbey in the Pyrenees included a long, tightly sealed crate. No invoice listed it. No monk claimed to have packed it. But when it was opened, the clock stood inside, undamaged, already ticking. Counting back, the first to witness it described a strange sensation. He reported remembering things from his childhood he had not thought of in decades. The feeling of his father's robes, the smell of wax in the sanctuary, the sound of a bird that had once landed on his shoulder during prayer. He stared into the clock for an hour. When he turned away, the memories vanished again, but something else remained. A calm, a stillness. He wrote, "It does not bring the past. It returns you to where the past still waits." Scholars were brought in, physicists, mathematicians. They dismantled the casing. Inside, they found no power source, no springs, no gears, only a core of black stone etched with 12 concentric rings. Each ring rotated independently, and each responded to sound, not noise, not volume, meaning. When someone spoke near the clock, the inner rings adjusted slightly, depending on the content of what was said. One scholar, upon reciting the words of the Beatitudes, watched the second hand pause, not skip, pause, and then resume. One engineer attempted to replicate the mechanism. He failed, not from lack of knowledge, from confusion. He reported that his notes changed each morning. The diagrams he drew no longer made sense. The next day, numbers reversed, angles rewritten, as if time itself had changed its mind. The Vatican sealed the clock, but they did not silence it. It continued ticking, backwards, always backwards. One priest likened it to a prayer said in reverse, not unholy, not heretical, but as if it were calling something not forward, but home, because the clock does not count down to an end. It counts back to a beginning. One deeply buried theory proposes that the clock is not marking our time at all, that it operates on memory, not personal memory, world memory, that every tick pulls us closer to a moment before narrative, before sequence, before decision, a moment when the world was whole, unnamed, unbroken by questions. Another theory claims that the clock is a fail-safe, that it will reach its zero not at the death of time, but at its correction, a reversion, a folding, that once the hands meet again at the top, everything fractured will be rejoined, not erased. He written, not anew, as it always was. That theory is supported by the clock's one anomaly. Every 1,111,111 ticks, the hands stop for precisely 12 seconds, and during those 12 seconds, the temperature of the room rises, not perceptibly, but precisely 12 degrees.
Every time.
And in that moment, the clock face fogs, not from within, from outside, as if it had breathed.
One priest who witnessed the event wrote,
"It saw me, not with eyes, with memory.
I was not observed."
In some suspect the clock is watching more than time, that it listens for events, that it marks shifts not in minutes, but in meaning. One entry in the sealed logs reads,
"When the Berlin Wall fell,
the hands slowed." Another,
when Hiroshima burned,
the glass hummed. A third, when the Twin Towers collapsed, it paused mid-tick and resumed 2 seconds later, reversed a second more. But the most alarming entry comes from 2029, written in invisible ink, discovered only recently. It reads, "Hands converging faster now. Acceleration not mechanical, semantic. World is remembering too quickly."
When the one priest the beginning before we are prepared.
If the clock is accelerating, no one will confirm it.
But
anecdotal reports persist. Visitors describe feelings of déjà vu near the chamber. Staff report vivid dreams of childhood moments, not theirs but someone's.
Moments before speech, before names,
before form. As if the clock is collapsing not chronology, but narrative. And when it finishes, when the last tick sounds, what will remain? Not ruin, not apocalypse. Only awareness that we are back where we started.
at the mouth of the first breath, where nothing had been named, and everything was still known.
One final entry, left by a theologian who slept beside the clock for 7 nights. Time is not a river. It is a breath held too long. This clock does not mark its end. It counts back to when the lungs were full. The Vatican now monitors the clock remotely.
It cannot be moved. It cannot be stopped. Every attempt to halt the hands has failed.
Metal breaks. Timepieces near it reverse briefly, then correct. Sometimes watches worn by those who approach it run backwards for days. There is no cure for this.
Only distance.
And the further you walk from the chamber, the less you recall, not the room.
Yourself, what you were thinking, what you hoped, what you feared, it all fades.
Until the ticking is just an echo. And the echo is just a name you almost remembered,
but never said aloud.
Because the clock that counts backwards is not a warning, it is a welcome, and it is counting down to the moment when the world will finally breathe again. In the northeast wing of the Vatican's subterranean observatory, past the chambers where timepieces older than kingdoms tick beneath lidded glass, there is one room kept entirely dark. It is not locked.
It does not hum.
But no one enters it alone, and no one speaks above a whisper near its threshold.
Inside sits a single object,
a tall, narrow case of black stone, encasing a mechanical clock unlike any other in the world. The Vatican refers to it as Horologium, invertum, the clock that counts backwards. The clock is not famous.
It is not ornate. It has no golden hands,
no decorative inscriptions, no visible gears.
It simply ticks,
not forward, backward, and not in reverse motion, as if rewinding. Its hands move smoothly, rhythmically, predictably, but they do not count time as we do. They uncount it, minute by minute, hour by hour. The dial winds in the wrong direction, and beneath it, etched into the glass face in looping, archaic script, a phrase et reverter, in memoriam, non in oblivium.
And it shall return into memory,
not into forgetting.
The clock first appeared in 1752. It was not built. It was discovered.
A shipment of religious artifacts sent from a collapsed abbey in the Pyrenees included a long, tightly sealed crate. No invoice listed it. No monk claimed to have packed it. But when it was opened, the clock stood inside, undamaged, already ticking, counting back. The first to witness it described a strange sensation. He reported remembering things from his childhood he had not thought of in decades. The feeling of his father's robes, the smell of wax in the sanctuary, the sound of a bird that had once landed on his shoulder during prayer. He stared into the clock for an hour. When he turned away, the memories vanished again, but something else remained. A calm, a stillness.
He wrote, "It does not bring the past. It returns you to where the past still waits."
Scholars were brought in, physicists, mathematicians. They dismantled the casing. Inside they found no power source, no springs, no gears, only a core of black stone etched with 12 concentric rings. Each ring rotated independently, and each responded to sound, not noise, not volume, meaning. When someone spoke near the clock, the inner rings adjusted slightly, depending on the content of what was said. One scholar, upon reciting the words of the Beatitudes, watched the second hand pause, not skip, pause, and then resume. One engineer attempted to replicate the mechanism.
He failed.
Not from lack of knowledge, from confusion. He reported that his notes changed each morning. The diagrams he drew no longer made sense. The next day, numbers reversed, angles rewritten, as if time itself had changed its mind. The Vatican sealed the clock, but they did not silence it. It continued ticking, backwards, always backwards. One priest likened it to a prayer said in reverse, not unholy, not heretical, but as if it were calling something not forward, but home, because the clock does not count down to an end.
It counts back to a beginning.
One deeply buried theory proposes that the clock is not marking our time at all, that it operates on memory, not personal memory, world memory, that every tick pulls us closer to a moment before narrative, before sequence, before decision, a moment when the world was whole, unnamed, unbroken by questions. Another theory claims that the clock is a fail-safe, that it will reach its zero not at the death of time, but at its correction, a reversion, a folding, that once the hands meet again at the top, everything fractured will be rejoined, not erased, rewritten, not anew, as it always was. That theory is supported by the clock's one anomaly. Every 1,111,111 ticks, the hands stop for precisely 12 seconds, and during those 12 seconds, the temperature of the room rises, not perceptibly, but precisely 12 degrees, every time. And in that moment the clock face fogs, not from within, from outside, as if it had breathed. One priest who witnessed the event wrote, "It saw me, not with eyes, with memory. I was not observed, I was remembered." Some suspect the clock is watching more than time, that it listens for events, that it marks shifts not in minutes but in meaning. One entry in the sealed logs reads, "When the Berlin Wall fell, the hands slowed." Another, "When Hiroshima burned, the glass hummed." A third, "When the Twin Towers collapsed, it paused mid-tick and resumed 2 seconds later, reversed a second more." But the most alarming entry comes from 2029, written in invisible ink, discovered only recently. It reads, "Hands converging faster now. Acceleration not mechanical, semantic. World is remembering too quickly. We may reach the beginning before we are prepared." If the clock is accelerating, no one will confirm it. But anecdotal reports persist. Visitors describe feelings of déjà vu near the chamber. Staff report vivid dreams of childhood moments, not theirs, but someone's, moments before speech, before names, before form, as if the clock is collapsing not chronology, but narrative. And when it finishes, when the last tick sounds, what will remain? Not ruin, not apocalypse, only awareness that we are back where we started, at the mouth of the first breath, where nothing had been named, and everything was still known. One final entry, left by a theologian who slept beside the clock for 7 nights. "Time is not a river, it is a breath held too long. 'Tis this clock does not mark its end. It counts back to when the lungs were full." The Vatican now monitors the clock remotely. It cannot be moved. It cannot be stopped. Every attempt to halt the hands has failed. Metal breaks. Timepieces near it reverse briefly, then correct. Sometimes watches worn by those who approach it run backwards for days. There is no cure for this, only distance. And the further you walk from the chamber, the less you recall, not the room, yourself, what you were thinking, what you hoped, what you feared. It all fades, until the ticking is just an echo. And the echo is just a name you almost remembered, but never said aloud. Because the clock that counts backwards is not a warning, it is a welcome. And it is counting down to the moment when the world will finally breathe again. There is a cathedral buried beneath centuries of silence in the southernmost edge of Italy, a place without name, its steeples long since crumbled, its bells swallowed by dust. Official maps do not mark its ruins. Travelers walk past its overgrown stones without recognizing what lies beneath. Only a few within the Vatican know how to reach it, and fewer still understand why the ground above it has never been built upon again. It is not out of reverence. It is not sacred. It is because of what lies inside. The chamber beneath the cathedral is circular, hollowed out from red stone that predates the foundations above. The stone is smooth, veined with dark streaks, like dried tears baked into marble. At the center of this room stands a single altar, rectangular, waist-high, cut from the same red stone. It is unmarked by cross or scripture. No carvings decorate its sides, no dedication is inscribed, and yet every 7 days, at the stroke of midnight, it bleeds, not from within, from the surface. A single droplet appears, perfectly round, thick and red, beading at the very center of the altar's top slab. It does not drip, it does not flow, it remains suspended for exactly 12 minutes, pulsing gently, as if drawn from a slow, unseen heartbeat beneath the stone. Then it is reabsorbed. No trace remains. The altar does not stain, the droplet leaves no residue, and yet week after week, the ritual repeats. The Vatican has monitored this site since the 17th century. In 1623, a group of Jesuits investigating a series of unexplained deaths among pilgrims stumbled upon an entrance beneath what was then a functioning chapel. Beneath the chapel's foundation, they found stairs descending into heatless darkness. The air grew dense as they moved downward, not from humidity, but from a kind of weight, a pressure that built with each step. At the bottom of the stairs they reached the chamber. The altar stood waiting. At first it was mistaken for a relic of early Christian martyrdom, a tomb perhaps. but there was no name, no relics, no offerings. Then on the 7th day of their observation, one of the priests witnessed the drop appear. He described it as a tear from the mouth of stone. He reached out to collect it. His fingers never made contact. The drop vanished. Instantly, blood welled in his own hand, a clean, perfect incision, made without pain, without sensation. The wound closed minutes later, but the memory of it remained. The next day he could not recall the name of his mother. Within a week he forgot his own. The Vatican sealed the site, but the altar continued to bleed. It has bled every 7th night since, unbroken for nearly 400 years. More than 100 Vatican agents have visited the altar. Not all returned unchanged. Some leave with shaking hands, others with dreams. One archivist was found sitting before it in silence for 7 hours. When questioned, he said only, "It remembers us better than we remember ourselves." Testing was attempted. Small samples of the blood were collected using a vacuum-sealed vial. The moment the container was closed, the blood inside hardened, solidified like volcanic rock. Chemical analysis confirmed it was human blood, but the genome sequence did not match any known profile. More disturbingly, it included fragments of language embedded within the DNA, not in the proteins. In the gaps, silent gaps, arranged in rhythm, what linguists described as a liturgical cadence, as if the body itself had been encoded with a hymn with no known words. The most complete translation produced one phrase, "And it shall be given back." No context, no subject, no object, just the return. The Vatican's internal files contain dozens of theories. Some believe the altar was a site of ancient sacrifice, older than the Church, older than Rome. Others argue it is not a remnant, but a response, that something beneath the earth is still answering a question we forgot how to ask. A few more radical voices have suggested the altar is not bleeding to mourn, but to remember, that each drop is a preserved truth, extracted not from a body, but from time. One report describes a scientist who attempted to place a digital recorder directly on the altar's surface. The moment the device touched the stone, it shut down, not corrupted, disassembled. The internal parts fused, melted, and then reformed into solid black resin. He never returned. One of the most persistent effects associated with the altar is memory distortion. Observers often leave with gaps, small at first, forgetting why they entered a room, losing names, then faces, then larger segments. In one recorded case, a deacon who had visited the site awoke weeks later, unable to recognize the sound of his own voice. He could still speak, still read, but he described a sensation of being separated from himself by a pane of glass. He said the altar had not taken anything. It had simply refused to let him keep what he hadn't yet understood. There are no rites performed before the altar, no candles lit, no incense burned. Attempts to sanctify the room have failed. Holy water evaporates. Blessed artifacts rust within days. And when prayers are spoken aloud, the acoustics of the room shift. Words echo strangely, out of sequence. One priest heard his own prayer repeated in reverse, as if the stone was speaking back. The echo concluded with a sentence he had never said. "You gave it up long ago. This is only the cost returning." The altar does not speak, but it remembers. Its pulse, measured faintly by electromagnetic sensors, rises on nights of global trauma, war, earthquakes, mass death. On the night of Hiroshima, the blood drop expanded, tripled in volume, hovered in place for 12 minutes and 13 seconds, then sank into the stone with a hiss. Witnesses reported a smell like charred salt. The floor trembled. No one entered the room for months. Some believe the altar is a scar, that it marks the place where the world tore itself once long ago, and that every week the wound tries to close. But memory, they say, keeps it open. And the blood is not from a victim. It is from us, all of us, hauled together into a single drop, over and over. A ritual of return. One account describes a dream shared by 3 separate witnesses after a night spent near the altar. They all described a staircase made of teeth, a choir of faceless children, and a voice from beneath the stone whispering, "Your forgetting is not forgiveness." They never spoke of it again, but one of them carved a symbol into his bedpost, a circle pierced by a single drop. That symbol now appears across dozens of ancient ruins, scattered continents apart. Always at thresholds, always near sites of inexplicable grief. The Vatican's most classified report on the altar concludes with this: We are not meant to worship here. We are meant to remember. And memory, when purified by silence, bleeds. There is no conclusion, no end to the bleeding. Every seventh night it comes again. Either blood returns, the stone receives. And we are left wondering, is it we who are being asked to remember? Or is the altar itself remembering something we once promised to protect and failed? Perhaps it is not our forgiveness that is needed. Perhaps it is the altar's, because the question may not be why does it bleed? Either question may be when will it stop, and what must happen for the stone to finally say, enough. In the oldest records of the Vatican's forbidden archive, beneath hand-copied papal decrees and weather-worn vellum scripts, inked by men who never left their names, there is a single marginal note, penned in red, no larger than a fingerprint, that reads, "To find the room, forget that it exists." For centuries, this cryptic phrase meant nothing. It was cited as poetic flourish, or as a scribal error left behind by a bored monk. But in the late 1800s, as a team of archivists attempted to reclassify the Vatican's subterranean vaults, something impossible happened. While moving through a corridor that had already been measured, already walked, already documented, they stepped into a chamber none of them recalled entering. They had no memory of opening a door, no sense of transition. They had simply arrived. The space was perfectly square, the walls smooth and lightless, no markings, no fixtures, no dust, and yet in the center of the room there sat a single pedestal, upon it a book, unlabeled, untouched. The pages were blank, but when the lead archivist reached out to touch it, the book vanished, and with it, the room. They found themselves back in the corridor, 10 feet behind where they'd stood. No doorway behind them, only stone. They remembered the room, but not how to find it again. Not one of them could retrace the exact path. It was as if their memories had been snipped, cleanly, without pain, like cutting thread from fabric. The incident was quietly recorded. Years passed. The note in the margin was re-examined. A pattern began to emerge. Every few decades, someone would mention the room. Never twice, never in the same way. Always alone, always by accident. One priest described walking past a storage vault and catching his own reflection in a mirror that wasn't there. He blinked. He was standing inside a room, empty, except for a pendant hung in midair. It swung once, then dissolved. When he stepped forward, the room was gone. Another man, a linguist studying Sumerian fragments, reported hearing a song while filing manuscripts. He turned his head and found himself in a chamber with no ceiling. Above him, stars that did not belong to Earth. In front of him, a mural of a face he had never seen, but whose features made him weep. Then the stars faded, the wall returned, and the door, if there ever was one, was gone. The Vatican designated the phenomenon as cella absenti, the room of absence, but the name is misleading. It is not absence the room contains, it is removal. Each time it is encountered, something is taken, not violently, not cruelly, just lifted. Memories, objects, time. One woman reported entering the chamber and seeing a painting on the far wall herself as a child, standing on a staircase she did not recognize. When she reached out to touch the frame, the painting turned black. When she left the archive later that night, she could no longer recall her own handwriting. She has not written since. The theory formed slowly that the room exists outside spatial continuity, that it manifests when a person's mind achieves a very specific state, the absence of expectation. It cannot be searched for, it cannot be summoned, it must be forgotten. Only then does it appear, and only then does it appear, and only then does it offer its contents. What it offers varies. To some it shows moments they lost, to others pieces they never knew were missing. But in every case, the price is the same. The room does not give. It trades, not unfairly, not randomly. It takes what you no longer need and removes it permanently. You will never get it back, not even the memory of it, because once the room has taken something from you, even your longing for that thing disappears, and in its place remains a kind of stillness, not peace, not clarity, a void shaped like acceptance. The Vatican has attempted to map it. Every corridor, every measurement, every candlelit tunnel. They have never found the room twice in the same place, and those who try to force their way in never succeed. The more you want to find it, the further away it drifts, because the room does not appear to desire, it appears to surrender. there are whispers that saints have entered it, that in their final moments before death, the room opens, not beneath their feet, but in their thoughts, and for an instant they are allowed to see the piece of themselves they will leave behind. One saint reportedly said on her deathbed, "I have given up everything, but still I was not empty, now I am." Some have theorized the room is not a place, but a consciousness, a presence shaped by the architecture of silence, a moment made spatial, a wrinkle in awareness given form just long enough to ask a single question: are you ready to release what you can no longer carry? And if you are, it opens. And if not, you forget you ever tried. The room has no walls, it has no floor, it simply borrows those things from your surroundings. It borrows your breath, your memory, your shape, just long enough to hold stillness in front of you and ask, will you trade this for that? And when you do, when you agree, even unknowingly, it thanks you, not in words, but in the weight that lifts, in the name you no longer need, in the fear that no longer stings. And in that moment, you are unburdened, you step out, and the room is gone. In the Vatican keeps no official record, but there is a ledger, one locked drawer, inside 12 slips of parchment, each with a name crossed out. No context, no details, just a line at the bottom of the last slip. Memory does not forgive, but sometimes it forgets kindly, because the room that only opens when forgotten is not escape, it is not punishment, it is a final silence, wrapped in stillness, offered gently to those who at last have laid down enough of their burden to stop seeking and begin remembering, not what was lost, but what no longer needs to be held. There is a corridor within the deepest vault of the Vatican that most maps omit, not because it is unknown, but because it is unmeasurable. It does not change in length, yet those who walk it report arriving too soon, or never reaching the end. The walls are made of sound-absorbent stone, quarried from no known mountain, etched faintly with lines that appear musical, but do not conform to any scale. And at the end of this corridor lies a sealed bronze door. Behind that door, the Vatican keeps something that sings only once, forever. They call it cantus unus, the choir that exists in only one note. The chamber was discovered in 1734, after a vault collapse revealed a previously undocumented sublevel beneath the basilica's western wing. There was no door initially, just a soft hum, barely perceptible, more vibration than tone. Workers reported nausea, disorientation, and an intense feeling of having heard something before, but in reverse. When the chamber was finally breached, 12 figures were found standing in a perfect circle, surrounding a dais. Each figure was cloaked, faceless, unmoving. Stone, it seemed. But the stone was warm, and though centuries had passed, none had gathered dust. At the center of the dais was a single chime. It was not made of metal, it was made of silence. Not the absence of sound, but the memory of a sound once sustained too long. When approached, nothing changed. But when one of the clergy spoke a Latin prayer aloud, Agnus Dei, the figures trembled, and then the chime rang. Only once, a single note, but that one note has never stopped. It cannot be heard with ears, but it is still ringing. 300 years later, still resonating in the minds of those who stand near the vault, still humming beneath the floor when the world is otherwise still. The Vatican sealed the room immediately, but they began to study the effect. Visitors exposed to the hallway near the vault report dreams of waves crashing not with water, but with music, of choirs they cannot see, singing with mouths closed, of cathedrals that vibrate, yet are too quiet. One monk, when exposed for longer than permitted, began speaking in tone, not words, tone. He rose from sleep and hummed a sustained note for 3 hours without pause. When he finally ceased, he whispered, they only needed one note. The world added the rest. What this means is not fully understood. Some theorize that cantus unus is not a performance, but an architecture, that the figures 12 in number, always unmoving, are not sculptures. They are anchors, holding that single note in suspension, in resonance, through every breath of the world. Others believe the chime was a key, that something in the note turned a lock that cannot be shut again. The room does not echo, it absorbs. When instruments are played near it, they fall silent, not broken, not muted, exhausted. One violin cracked open after a bow brushed the first string. Inside, a single hair, blackened, vibrating, still moving days later. It was sealed in a reliquary and moved to a soundless chamber. It vibrates still, Audio equipment cannot record in the vault's presence. Microphones fail, not with static, with stillness, absolute and perfect. Every file returned is empty, but not silent. When analyzed, each file reveals faint subharmonics, beneath human hearing. Scientists played the frequencies back at 10,000x speed. They produced a pattern, 12 distinct beats, spaced precisely. When visualized, they formed a spiral, not on a flat plane, but in 3 dimensions. A spiral that folded into itself, like breath, turning inside out. One researcher suffered cardiac arrest after hearing the playback. She recovered, but her heartbeat now includes a secondary rhythm, unexplained. 12 pulses, repeating every 12 minutes. She dreams of stone faces now, always listening, never blinking. The Vatican restricts access to the vault. 1 visit per decade, 12 minutes only. No speaking, no singing, no sound of any kind. On the last recorded visit, a monk slipped. His cry echoed off the walls, and the stone figures leaned forward, only slightly. But it was enough. The monk forgot his name for 3 days. When it returned, he whispered, "I heard the second note. I wasn't supposed to." There is no second note, not officially, but in the sealed files there is a theory that if the choir sings again, the world will shift, not end, shift. Because the first note was the creation of time, and the second will be the folding of it. Because the choir does not need harmony, it is harmony, perfect and total. The rest of music is noise. The rest of our breath is echo. We are perhaps only the reverb. The Vatican's final entry on Cantus Unus reads, "One note is enough to hold a world. The second would begin the next." And so the chamber remains sealed. The vault remains closed. The chime remains untouched. And the figures continue to stand, still, warmed by silence, waiting for what? A prayer, a mistake, a note struck in the wrong key. No one knows, only this. When you stand near the vault, you feel it in your bones, a hum you can't explain, a presence that wraps around your ribs and pulls something loose, like remembering your own birth, like singing a song you never learned, like breathing in reverse. There is a chair deep within the Vatican that no pope has ever sat upon. It rests at the bottom of a stairwell carved from black stone, each step worn not by feet but by time itself, a spiral path descending into a place without echoes. The stairwell is not lit. It has never needed light. Those who walk it report a strange luminescence that seems to rise from the very walls, illuminating nothing, yet allowing vision. At the end of the descent lies a room that is neither circular nor square. It resists geometry. The walls bow and shift subtly with each breath. And in the center, beneath an arch that casts no shadow, stands the throne. It is carved from a single block of pale, root-colored stone, bone-like, smooth, cold, even in summer. It has no adornment, no crest, no cushion, just 3 steps leading up to a seat wide enough for 2, yet built for 1. They call it Sedes Absentia, the throne of absence. For centuries it was believed to be symbolic, a placeholder for God's judgment, a sculptural metaphor. But the Vatican's most restricted records suggest otherwise. Not only does the throne predate the foundation of the Basilica, it predates Rome, and more disturbing still, it predates memory. No one knows who carved it. No chisel marks, no inscriptions, just the surface, as smooth and perfect as water that forgot how to ripple. The first to sit upon it was not a pope, he was a child. In 1491, a young novice went missing during a morning mass. 3 hours later, he was found seated upon the throne, eyes closed, hands resting gently on his knees. He was humming, not a tune, a pattern, 12 tones, repeating in sequence. When his eyes opened, he was no longer a child. He was still in form, but the gaze was ancient. He looked at the cardinal before him and said, "It is not a throne, it is a memory waiting to be ended." Then he collapsed. He died minutes later. His final word, "Again." Since that day no one has sat upon it, not from law, from fear, because those who approach the throne feel something impossible. They feel recognized, not observed, recognized, as if the chair remembers them, not their title, not their deeds, their shape, their breath, their weight. Every pope has been brought before it at least once. Most choose not to descend again. A few have placed their hand upon the armrest. Each one returned pale, speechless, eyes red with tears they did not remember shedding. One wrote in a hidden letter, "I felt forgiven, but not by God. by the silence beneath him, because that is the true mystery. The throne does not sit upon stone, it hovers, by fractions. It rests upon a shallow void, a circular indentation that leads downward into darkness, a chamber with no floor, no end. Sound dropped into it does not return. Rope descends for meters, then turns brittle, and breaks. No drone has returned data, no signal reflects back. It is by all measurements a silence with weight, a silence that consumes, and the Vatican has no name for it. They do not try to describe it. Only one entry exists in their sealed index, a single phrase, id tacient ultima, let the final things be silent. The theory that has emerged is one few are willing to write down, but it lingers in whispers, that the throne is not meant to be sat upon by a man, it is meant to be filled by a moment, and that moment is drawing near, because for the last 3 decades the silence beneath the throne has changed. Slightly, but undeniably, monitors placed at the stairwell now detect fluctuations, not in sound, in memory. Archivists report forgetting names when they pass near the descent. Visitors leave without remembering their prayers. And once a priest stood before the stairwell and said, "I have already been here," but he had not. Not in this life, not in any recorded life. The implication is clear, the throne is not waiting to be used. It is waiting to be remembered. And what it holds, what it rests above, is not a person, not a power, but the shape of final stillness, the place where language ends. The Vatican no longer brings visitors here. It is not on any tour. Even the clergy rarely speak of it, but they all know it exists. They feel it in the quietest moments of prayer. A pull, not down, not in and just away, as if a part of them remembers where the throne waits, and wonders if they are meant to return. But what would that return look like? If someone were to sit upon it again, if the shape fit the silence, would the voice that rises be human? Would it be divine, or would it be something older than both? A sigh that carried the memory of the world's first silence, made loud enough to be heard again. Some believe that when the final bell rings, and the final question is asked, the throne will not offer an answer. It will simply absorb the echo, and that echo will become the new breath of whatever comes next. Because the throne of absence is not a warning, it is a mirror, and what we see in it is not our reflection, it is what was left behind when we became ourselves, the echo of what we forgot to bring with us when we were born, the last silence, still waiting, still listening, still empty, until it isn't. Outro: the silence after the breath. We have wandered far, through halls where memory lives longer than flesh, through doors that open inward into ourselves, through altars that bleed with the price of forgetting. We've followed footsteps not our own. We've listened to bells that never rang. We've read pages that remember us more clearly than we remember ourselves. We've whispered names we never learned. We've stepped through absence and found stillness dressed in stone. But this journey, strange as it has been, was never about discovering what lies beneath the Vatican. It was about discovering what lies beneath us, in the cracks between faith and fear, in the breaths we forgot to finish, in the questions that silence answers best. Because maybe what waits beneath all these vaults, and beneath all our searching, is not horror, it is home. Not the kind built of walls and doctrine, but the kind that waits in the shape of a moment you didn't realize you were always walking toward. And maybe, just maybe, the final mystery is not what we'll find beneath the surface, it's who we were before we began looking. So now we rest. The bells are quiet. The pages are blank. The stairwells have coiled inward into sleep, and beneath the silence, the next breath gathers, waiting, ready to be spoken, or to be remembered, not as a word, but as the moment before one,